morning.
Good morning to see you, Adam. What is the whiskey that we refer to in Lynchburg, Tennessee?
Jack Daniels, if you please.
The classic. Yep. Hang on, Adam. Got $100, $100 Steven Singer Jewelers gift card, and Steven is giving away free diamonds, sort of. Anyone who purchases a real diamond engagement ring, whether it sells for $500 to $15,000, Steven is giving away a free 1-carat lab-grown diamond, and you can buy a real diamond from a real jeweler you can trust. Steven Singer Jewelers. You can go to IHateStevenSinger.com or visit his showroom in Center City, Philadelphia.
Did you see the commercial with this? Because he's in it, and it's really good. There's a guy who is...
diamonds?
Yeah, so he's proposing to what turns out to be a blow-up doll.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, my God, she said yes. And they're in a restaurant, and then a woman goes, that's not a real woman. And then there's a busboy behind her, and he comes into focus, and then Steven Singer goes, that's not a real diamond.
Okay. I have not seen it.
Well, he's working it, man.
Yeah.
He's got a mission.
All right, after 8 years of court battles, Halle Berry is finally putting her divorce with Olivier Martinez behind her. Page 6 reports that the Monsters Ball actress finalized her divorce with Martinez on Tuesday. She agreed to pay her ex-husband $8,000 each month in child support for their 9-year-old son, Maceo, while covering other expenses, including private school tuition, school uniforms, and school supplies.
So he, I believe, was an actor as well, or is an actor. I don't know how frequently he works.
He was in that one with Richard Gere where he's sleeping with Richard Gere's. I think that's the same guy.
Yeah. Is it with Diane Lane? Isn't that as well? Yeah. So I think that's around the time they started. Yeah, they started getting
Unfaithful.
Together.
Unfaithful. That's it.
Berry and Martinez will share the custody of Maceo, and she also voluntarily agreed to give him $55,000 for legal fees. So they apparently have worked it out. Speaking of other legal issues, Entertainment Tonight reports that the Australian government's Department of Agriculture announced Tuesday that Amber Heard will not be prosecuted for illegally bringing her 2 dogs into the country in 2015. Heard brought the dogs to the country while her ex, Johnny Depp, was filming a Pirates of the Caribbean sequel.
Remember that hostage tape kind of apology that they issued?
Yeah, they were
sitting there. Yeah,
it was part of the ruling that that they had to make this PSA, a video saying that you can't, bring animals in without clearing.
We brought our diggies.
Yeah, and their diggies, and they had to do it, and it was there was zero emotion in it all. They looked pissed off and just did the bare minimum.
Are any of you guys watching or have watched the special on Netflix?
I started. Oh, you watched the whole thing? I started to watch it.
Yeah.
How is it?
I'm in the middle of it now, Case. I found it really compelling. I think, honestly, like as it was going on, I didn't care as much.
Yeah.
And now that I'm watching the Netflix documentary, I'm like, I'm kind of invested in this.
Like it just debuted, right?
Yeah. Well, not that long ago, maybe like a week or so ago. But it's funny, Nick, as I'm watching it, and I was not really that involved in everything. There are so many people that were trying to hitch their wagons to this
Very
on
much
social
so.
media.
Yeah.
I'm like, you guys are losers, man.
Yeah, people commenting on their YouTube channels and twitching about it and the whole nine. Yeah, people were like live streaming this trial and got really into it. But that actually kind of makes the documentary interesting.
I think that's why too, Nick, because it was so long and it was so much of it that you didn't want to invest that much time into it, and now you can kind of get it here in however long.
By the way,
it is.
there were 2 swings at that. I mean, they had 2.
Yeah. They do both the trials, Steve.
Both the trials.
They go back to the beginning of their relationship. So, like when they met on, I think the Rum Diaries was the name of that movie,
right?
And they talk about
we had her in, to promote that,
and he talks in extensive detail about how he fell in love with her. It's an interesting documentary, and it, for me anyway, it's made me actually care about this trial.
Very pretty.
And it's a straight up documentary, or is it they're not reenacting things?
Correct. It's trial footage, and Steve from both of the trials. I mean, they just go way back to the beginning of their relationship and to where it led.
Okay. I have a couple of wrestling stories, and this is sad news. Wrestling legend Terry Funk, WWE Hall of Famer, has died, and it was announced by Ric Flair on Wednesday. He wrote, "In my entire life, I've never met a guy who worked harder. Terry Funk was a great wrestler, entertainer, unbelievably fearless, and a great friend. Rest in peace, my friend.
He did a lot of movie work. He was in Roadhouse.
I thought that was him, yeah.
Yeah, he was in Roadhouse. He was one of the bouncers. He was the biggest of the bouncers, as you would imagine. Ric Flair did not reveal the cause of death. Mick Foley added in a tribute on his Instagram page that Funk's daughter had confirmed him the devastating news earlier in the day. He said, "We just lost a legend. There will never be another like him. May God bless Terry, his friends, family, and all those who loved him. R.I.P., my dear friend. It was an honor to know you." Funk had initially broken into the wrestling world in 1965 and went on to perform in rings all over the world for the next 5 decades. He competed in a bunch of different promotions in his career, including All Japan Pro Wrestling, the WWE, the WCW, and the ECW, and he held various championship belts at times in most of the organizations as well.
So in a couple of movies, and he does it in Roadhouse, when he does that really sort of like, I'm going to rip you apart look, it's scary as hell.
Yeah, it's a big dude. So that was sad news.
How did he meet his demise in Roadhouse? Do you remember?
He choked on an olive.
I mean, some people, like one dude got his throat ripped out, another dude got crushed by a bear.
I think he just got knocked out. Right?
Okay, so he didn't die.
A bunch of people weren't killed.
Yeah, the dude who got crushed by the bear didn't die.
He didn't die, too.
No, he didn't die. No. The bear just fell on him, the stuffed bear. But at the very end, maybe a few people were killed in that last shootout. Yeah, because apparently the guy who got hit by a bear essentially wasn't able to witness everything.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but anyway,
that was
I don't know, Case.
Dalton's killing spree.
Hulk Hogan has lifted the lid on his past addiction issues and healthy lifestyle choices that he's made to finally promoted him to kick his toxic habits for good. He was chatting with Muscle and Health magazine.
Yeah, Hulk is on the straight and narrow now, Preston.
And he opened up about the literal beatings he's taken throughout his decades-long wrestling career and the surgeries he's had to endure as a result. And he also detailed his subsequent addiction to prescription painkillers and his struggles with alcohol.
Can I tell you something, Preston?
Sure.
It's got a dong like a mag light.
Oh, my God, like a mag light?
Yeah.
I always thought he didn't. I remember, like, when I was watching wrestling, I'm like...
No, I was recording when he was on top of...
okay, yeah, you were there.
Bubba Love Sponge's wife.
You were looking at his pants?
Well, just all of those wrestlers...
Like, where would you fit it, right?
Yeah.
Well, none of them were... It seemed to be packing a ton of heat down there, but...
Yeah.
He had said, I've had a lot of practice drinking because I wrestled for about 40 years, so those guys have beer every once in a while. But about 7 months ago, he said, I decided not to drink any more alcohol. He said, I was at a New Year's Eve party, saw a bunch of stuff that I didn't condone or like, and I saw myself in this environment, and I went, you know what? I don't know how I got here, but I am done. And it was just that one thing.
Got to tell you, Preston, he wouldn't use condoms. He would use Pringles cans. Oh, my God.
He said it feels much better to be so clear-headed, and he's no longer tempted to drink alcohol, while also insisting that he doesn't believe that he has an addictive personality. He said, when I'm done, I'm done.
He was a really good interview. We've had him on the last time when he was telling us about Andre the Giant socking away an entire case of wine in the back of a bus.
He added that it hasn't been easy to operate within the same social setting while practicing sobriety, but he's managed to maintain his relationships among his wrestling contemporaries, who can be, quote, a little intimidating by remaining firm in his convictions. He said, I have a lot of friends who like to party, but they no longer try to push alcohol on me. He said, I've had certain wrestlers look at me in the face and go, if you don't have a drink with me, you're not my friend. And he said, well, I am your friend, but I'm not going to drink with you. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah. When is the movie coming out? Chris Hemsworth is playing him, and DJ Qualls is playing Vince McMahon.
Oh, wow. That's perfect casting.
Wait, what?
No.
And also, the Iron Sheik passed away a little while back, but he is still roasting Hulk Hogan on Twitter. He just had one yesterday.
Beyond the Grave?
From Beyond the Grave.
Wow.
Whoever is handling his Twitter has not let go.
Still.
That's great.
And I don't know if that's like a real hatred or if it's...
There's some people, by the way, in the wrestling world, and I was talking about it, Jesse Ventura hates Hulk Hogan. They used to be the best of friends.
Really?
But Jesse Ventura says that Hulk Hogan stabbed him in the back.
One of the side effects of quitting drinking, Hogan claimed, is that it also curbed his appetite for eating junk food at night, and so the weight just started falling off. He said, when I was drinking alcohol, I'd leave for his restaurant, which is Hogan's Hangout, after Monday night karaoke with a belly full of beer and shots and liquor, and then I'd go home, sit in front of the TV with popcorn, ice cream, and chocolate.
Wow.
He said I'd completely swell up. He said I used to look like I've been training chest and back after a food and drink binge on a ton of carbs, alcohol, and sugar.
I love that audio of him from the sex tape because he's complaining that his belly's sticking out too much.
Oh, yeah. He's like, I just ate. I feel like a pig. Like, I feel like such a pig. But anyhow, so apparently he's cleaning his act up.
Good.
We'll see. He says it's going to last. We'll find out. Priscilla Presley spoke with a Hollywood Reporter recently about Priscilla, the forthcoming movie.
Hey, what else to show you about him, eh?
Based on her 1985 memoir. She said, I'm so nervous because it's my life. She said, the people who are watching, they're living it with you. And you hope and pray that they get it, that they get your feelings, your hurts, your sensitivity.
That's right, man.
She also commented on the controversy surrounding her age when she met 24-year-old Elvis, as she was only 14 years old at the time.
I did right by her. I waited until she turned 14.
She called it, quote, a different time then.
Well, she's right.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, if you listen to some of older songs, they teenage 16, 17, it wasn't uncommon to start a relationship with an adult.
Look at Jerry Lee Lewis, for Christ's sake. What was it, 13, 14-year-old cousin?
His own cousin.
Yeah.
So anyhow, we have learned since then that those things are not an appropriate way to go about. But she said, when I saw the movie, I tried to separate myself and live it as if I was just a fan or someone that was wanting to see the movie. At the end, I actually was quite emotional, only being 14. You look back and you go, why me? Why am I here? Why am I driving in a limo going through the gates of Graceland with Elvis?
So in the movie Elvis, she's depicted as being an older soul. They mitigate a lot of that, and the way they do it is pretty well done. So it doesn't seem like Elvis is dating a 4-year-old.
But he was dating a 14-year-old.
That's right, man. 4 would be ridiculous.
Yeah. According to Entertainment Tonight, Amazon Prime dropped the trailer for Cassandro on Tuesday, starring Gael Garcia Bernal as the real-life pro wrestler who became famous as an openly gay exotico. So I'm not familiar with this story.
I have no idea.
Yeah, so
I've never heard my own story.
Bad Bunny stars as Philippe, one of his love interests in the film.
Is Dead Mouse in it?
No, Dead Mouse 5 is not in it. Cassandro will have a limited theatrical release on September 15th before it hits streaming on September 20th.
Do you remember Philippe that was a character in Three's Company when Jack finally opened his bistro?
I don't remember Philippe.
He was the other chef who hated Jack, but he worked for him.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I just remembered rando things.
Well, that's the new movie.
Philippe the chef.
From the makers of Cassandra.
Yeah.
Philippe the chef.
Yeah.
He hated Jack. What was the name of Jack's restaurant?
Jack's Bistro.
That's right, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But they used to go to the Regal Beagle.
Right.
That was before he opened his own place. So writers are continuing to speak out about the realities of the film industry amid the ongoing Writers Guild of America strike. David Ayer, one of the co-writers of the original Fast and Furious script, appeared on Tuesday's episode of the Real Ones podcast and said he hasn't gained anything from the success of the franchise. He told host Joe Barenthal, which, by the way, I didn't know, or John Barenthal.
Yes, we love him.
But I didn't know he hosted this podcast.
Yeah.
He said, biggest franchise in Hollywood, and I don't have any of it. He said, I got nothing to show for it, nothing, because of the way the business works. He also said that he made the movie more diverse. And he said, I'm like, look, I'm not going to take it unless I can set it in L.A. and make it look like the people I know in L.A., right? So then I started like writing in people of color and writing in the street stuff and writing in the culture, and no one knew crap about street racing at the time.
Well, that was true. I mean, the whole movie with the original one was supposed to be that lifestyle. That's where it all came from.
Yeah, could they
it was
maybe,
about family.
Hey, listen, I don't watch these shows, but can they maybe write into one of their scripts the fallout from when these street races happen? You know what I mean?
And they're not.
No.
Especially now that they're traveling into space. Even in the first one case, they were people actually did straight racing, and I guess the original director was Rob Cohen, and they employed CGI for the first time in a lot of this street racing stuff, and they were showing things happening inside the car that were just completely not remotely real.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. They Hollywoodize it.
Yeah.
Make it a little flashy. A woman named Ivy Snitzer. She is the woman who played Gwyneth Paltrow's body double in the 2001 film Shallow Hal.
Love that movie.
And she told The Guardian in a recent interview that she nearly starved to death after starring in the film. 2 years after Shallow Hal was released in theaters, Snitzer said that she was technically starving to death from an eating disorder. She said, it didn't occur to me that the film would be seen by millions of people.
So she was the large
girl.
woman. Okay,
yeah, she said it was like the worst parts about being fat were magnified. Jack Black's character in the movie, of course, falls in love with a thin Paltrow after being hypnotized to only see the inner beauty of others. Snitzer said that she received a lot of negative attention. I guess at the time she said it's not the worst thing in the world to be fat while she was promoting the film. And she commented on how this harassment affected her. She said, I hated my body the way I was supposed to. I ate a lot of salads. I had eating disorders that I was very proud of, she said. And then she says, I got torsion, like dogs get and then die. I don't know what
Not
torsion
familiar with
is.
torsion.
Torsion. And she said, I got torsion like dogs get and then die. So
Torsion, maybe? Like being contorted?
I do not know, or unless this is a typo of some sort.
No, I
is
don't think so.
that-
The action of twisting or stating being twisted. So I think sometimes it can happen to your intestines.
stomach?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually had that. Food poisoning did that to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she said it was tough on her, which is too bad.
If you've never seen that movie, it is a wonderful movie. The message is wonderful, and I love when he goes back to the clinic and he sees the little girl that he thinks doesn't realize that she has had facial burns.
She's a burn victim.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's well done.
And then finally, Entertainment Tonight reports that the official trailer for the fourth installment of The Expendables was released yesterday. Yeah, the star-studded and action-packed film features Sylvester Stallone, Megan Fox, Jason Statham, will ya, 50 Cent, and more. And it is set to hit theaters on September 22nd.
The first one was a lot of fun. If you're in the right mood, I guess they all work. But the first one, as with many of these, is the best of the lot.
All right. We're ready to hit the clips now. So here we go. Depp versus Heard. We were just talking about this. Looks back at the celebrity court case that captured the world's attention in 2022. And here Depp's lawyer, Camille Vasquez, reflects on the media frenzy that surrounded the case.
While we were there inside doing our jobs, we didn't really understand the impact this case was having on social media. Towards the end, we started getting messages or people sending us things, but really, for the most part, we had no idea that there was this media social storm brewing outside.
I want to see you naked.
Depp versus Heard is available now on Netflix.
You remember the big rumor was that they were an item, a romantic item. He and
him,
his,
he
lawyer.
and Depp, or Depp and her, yeah. Here's the next clip. In The Lost Flowers of Alice Hart, a young Australian girl is sent to live with her grandmother, Sigourney Weaver, after the sudden death of her parents. And in this clip, director Glendon Ivan talks about handling the story's violent themes.
There is some very tricky material in The Lost Flowers of Alice Hart. There's a lot of violence. And from a directorial point of view, I definitely didn't want to create images that felt like it was just adding to more violence against women. We found different ways to explore it.
I don't think I want to see it.
The Lost Flowers of Alice Hart is now on Amazon Prime Video. And there you go. That's our last story in the Entertainment Report. I would like to reiterate this. I'm going to hit this a few times today, that tomorrow morning and on Monday morning, we're sending out the Preston and Steve Cooling Caravan with our friends at Dunkin'. And if you have an outdoor workspace, you've got a crew, and you want to start off the day with some iced coffee, we can set you up. I know it's not crazy hot right now, but it doesn't matter. You still get to have a wonderful beginning of the day. Email, or not emails, just go to PrestonandSteve.com. You can get entered.
There you go.
And we're going to pick a couple of sites for tomorrow and for Monday. So the gang could swing by and stop off some goodies, drop off some goodies from our friends at Dunkin'. So make sure that you do that now. If you know somebody who works outside with a crew, let them know about this. Just go to PrestonandSteve.com as the information is right there. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back in just a moment. So stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Well, so there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
What?
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance, it was just a plastic, yellowish,
faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood.
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl. All
right.
And then I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
How do you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there. If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family. No. Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
you want to get your hands on it.
You're going to take it.
It's got to be mine.
I don't care who owns it.
All right.
I don't care if it's the CEO of Beasley. I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's the deal.
Somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't.
Oh,
No.
Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody
and it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. So here's the deal. Chuck, before, I thought somebody took your bowl. But today, I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I have the problem, right? Because I understand you're going to leave stuff in the common area. And for some reason, that irks people, right? And their irkitude supersedes your need to have this bowl, so they throw it away. So here's what happened on Monday. On Martin Luther King Day, when nobody was in the office except for us.
A day of service,
A day of service. Yeah. Nobody was in the office except for us, the morning show, and Bill Weston.
And one other person.
Oh,
Yep.
get out of here.
Bill Weston.
I'm with you,
Bill?
Casey. Yep.
Now,
Bill Weston, known as the man about town, the silver pony, quick with a comment and a quip, always a smile on his face, cigar smoker, a family man. But there's a deep secret.
Despiser of clutter.
Well, and here's the thing. I've had conversations with him specifically about the kitchen, the sink, and the items that are left in the sink.
Wow, I'd love to hang out for your conversation.
That's why I was going to say I think it's Bill. I think Bill takes whatever's left in the sink, if it's left there for more than one day, and he throws it out.
so
that ain't cool.
Here is the BS part of it, okay?
All right.
On Monday morning, Bill was in a Bill mood and decided that he did not like the clutter that was left in the sink, Steve.
A Bill mood is easily identifiable. He's usually singing Katrina and the Waves.
Right. Let me see if I have that, by the way.
He's walking on sunshine.
Whoa.
I don't have it.
And whose bowl is this?
Yeah, it stops right there.
God damn this!
He's whistling his little tune in.
Here I am walking on sunshine, and I see this clutter. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around Bill.
All right, well, here's
throwing away what is...
Because if it's left there and it's dirty, we're not going to go in there and clean it.
No, it wasn't dirty.
It wasn't in the sink. It wasn't dirty in the sink.
And Chuck...
Okay, because that's usually what...
Don't just put dirty dishes in the sink.
But that's usually what Bill has a problem with, are the things that are left in the sink.
Now, if I had left it on the counter or on the microwave, somebody may have put it back in the sink, and water got in it, made it look dirty. But I don't just put my dirty dishes in the sink.
Here is the BS nature of what happened on Monday. So Bill was in his Bill Weston mood. He was walking on sunshine. He's not walking on sunshine anymore because there are 3 dishes in the sink.
3 dishes in the sink.
What I discovered is actually... One of those dishes was mine. I didn't realize that there was a measuring cup left in the sink after the crock pot cook-off.
Well, Mr. Foster, you said there were 3 dishes in the sink, and now all of a sudden there's a measuring cup.
Yeah.
Which
one is it?
But hold on. I just want to point out it was the Wednesday prior. This is now Monday.
It's now Monday.
So Bill has probably been looking in that sink, and it's been annoying him.
Right. And so I didn't realize my measuring cup was in there because I didn't actually wash the dishes after crock pot cook-off. So I didn't. So I grabbed my measuring cup, and now there are 2 dishes left in the sink. It is a plate and a bowl.
Okay.
Was it your bowl?
Here is the BS nature of it. Okay. Bill Weston then
walking on sunshine.
He was walking on sunshine. Not anymore, Steve.
He did not feel good.
No. Bill Weston leaves a sign, hangs up a sign after he got done walking on sunshine.
We need like a record scratch.
He puts up a sign, an ultimatum. Take these dishes out of the sink.
Death to America.
By 10 a.m. or I'm going to throw them away.
Whoa. Now, wait. You actually saw the sign?
Oh, yeah.
On Monday when no one was here?
When nobody was here!
You can't do that.
All right.
You can't do that!
But here's the thing. That means he thinks it's us.
Please. This changes everything.
Yes.
This is like a Toyota-thon.
How is it like Toyota?
It changes everything.
It changes everything.
All right.
There you have.
Yes.
You have intent. You have a declaration that would mimic the act stated earlier.
Yes.
I rescind my earlier comment, and now I am fully on board with this theory.
We now have motive.
We now have motive. We have opportunity.
Yes.
We have silver hair. And
I submit the silver hair fibers that were found.
Silver hairs, look at this.
Yes.
Silver hair.
Well, not that she's biased, but Emma Watson, who was offered the lead role in the live-action adaptation of Cinderella but turned it down, says that she was happy to take on the role of Belle in Beauty and the Beast. She tells Total Film there's this kind of outsider quality that Belle had, and the fact that she had this really empowering defiance of what was expected of her.
She was also offered the role of Xander Cage, and then Vin Diesel came back.
In a strange way, she challenges the status quo of the place that she lives in, and I found that really inspiring. She manages to keep her integrity and have a completely independent point of view.
Who's playing the Angela Lansbury character? The pitcher or whatever.
I don't know.
I don't know who's voicing
that's sort of a critical character, is it not?
Yeah.
She was the clock or the...
There's Luminaire.
I thought it was a pitcher.
She's a pitcher, okay.
She's a catcher.
Emma Thompson.
That's a good choice, yeah.
Most stuff.
And who's playing...
Lumiere?
Yeah.
Is Ewan McGregor.
Nice.
Luke Evans, I don't know him. He's Gaston. Stanley Tucci is Cadenza. Josh Gad is in it. I mean,
who's playing the gravy boat?
Ian McKellen plays Cogsworth. Kevin Kline plays Maurice.
I'm only too happy to hold your gravy, and I promise to keep it warm before you place it upon your mashed potatoes.
He takes it very seriously.
I am the vessel by which you will pour your gravy upon your various meatloafs and mashed potatoes. And I do not take this task lightly.
Okay.
Well, he's a professional, man. He's not going to take a role that's cheesy. You know, I understand.
If it is 1 degree colder, I have failed as a gravy boat, and I shall hurl myself off of the bureau.
Should I see the animated movie before I see that?
I don't know. Maybe that's not the way to go, because apparently they're saying is pretty close to a live action rendering of the animated movie. It's so weird because this stuff now starts to cave in on itself, you know?
Yeah, the story has existed for a long time before the animated movie.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see live action Cinderella?
I did. I enjoyed it.
No, I didn't.
Did you see animated Cinderella?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
When I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's right. It's all the same story over and over again, so it doesn't really matter if you've seen it or not.
Are they working on a live action Pinocchio now?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah, with Vin Diesel.
Oh, wow. Tale as old as time. I do know the song.
Beauty
and the Beast, and not one drop of gravy spilled.
Will you let it go?
He can't. He can't.
You know who's directing live action Pinocchio?
No.
Guillermo del Toro.
No way. Wow, well, that might be interesting then.
He is a visionary. He's a visionary.
Bitch. Wow. Is the name of that song. Makes me think of Freddy Krueger.
I drive a Range Rover, bitch. Get in the Range Rover, bitch. Did you bring a water bottle? It's a long drive, bitch.
9:32.
Where's the Easy Pass, bitch?
Friday morning with the Preston.
What do you call a female dog, bitch?
WMMR.
Hi, thanks, guys. So we started earlier this morning in the news. There was a story about this thing called skip lagging. We had touched on this a couple of weeks ago, where you essentially buy an airline ticket that's a connecting flight, but the connect that you make is actually your destination. And the reason that you would do that is because sometimes connecting flights to other cities that are, believe it or not, further away are cheaper than a direct flight to that city that you end up having the connection in. So
it's more often than you would think.
Let me give you an example. Let's say you want to fly to Charlotte, North Carolina, which is a standard place to stop for a connecting flight. But you end up purchasing a flight to Atlanta because it's cheaper. The connecting flight, it would be cheaper for you to, rather than buying a direct flight to Atlanta, it would be cheaper to get a connecting flight through Charlotte when you actually just want to go to Charlotte.
Right?
Or I'm sorry, a direct flight, rather than a direct flight to Charlotte, a connecting flight to Atlanta. So that apparently is against their company policies. And there was a kid that was banned a while back from flying on American Airlines for that. And then the reason it came up this morning is because there was a website essentially that was a kind of a travel agency that would do it for you.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Was the issue that the airline has or continues to have with this is that conceivably, so that seat is left empty from the connecting to the actual destination, and is it that they could sell that seat?
Of course it is.
Right, but the seat is already technically sold.
Right, but if they purchase the ticket to the connecting city, then they now have another ticket they can sell.
Right, but it'd be like
you've taken it over.
Like at a restaurant well, you're not going to finish this. Do you mind if I sell it to the next table?
I'll give you an example, though, Steve. So, and I shared the story before, but I booked round-trip tickets from Philadelphia to San Diego.
Right.
And what I did was, it was a Southwest airline. There was a stop in Vegas. I was meeting friends in Vegas. It was cheaper for me to buy round-trip to San Diego, but I got off the plane in Vegas. What Southwest could have done is sold my seat from Vegas to San Diego. And so that would have been a ticket for them on that flight
I got you.
that I had purchased.
Unrelated question. If you go to a restaurant and they put bread on the table and nobody touches the bread, does the server take that back and will they serve that again?
No.
Why?
Yeah,
Nobody touched it.
I have every confidence.
Nobody touched it.
They bring it back and serve it again.
They might.
There are some places, Casey,
They might.
Anything on the table has to get.
Has to. It's suggested.
That's a waste.
But
of
you
food.
mean to tell me
But you don't know that
untouched?
you definitely opened it up and checked it out, and you know.
Oh
what I'm
my
saying?
God! I opened it up and checked it out.
You cannot then take after your hands touched it and go give it to somebody else.
what if you
That's
didn't open it?
ridiculous.
Listen,
I don't want to go off on a tangent here, but I'll tell you this: I would not want bread that was on someone else's table to end up
That's
on
why I
my
don't
table.
tell you that.
However,
say anything.
I will guarantee you that I've eaten bread that was on someone else's table in all my years of eating restaurants.
Did not mean to open up a can of worms there. All right.
Because there's another worm out there that, I mean, if I'm given more ketchup packets that I need at like a fast food restaurant, I'll just put the ketchup packets back.
Yeah, that's not open. That's still
but they touch
enclosed
touch the containers.
Well, yes, but that is a whole other issue. That has nothing to do with like the health department.
Yeah. So
we're asking life questions. Yes.
Getting back to the plane ticket, why not just sell you, Nick, the ticket to Vegas cheaper than?
Well, yes, of
Well,
course.
this is it's the mechanics of how they book the flights, the schedules, the availability, and what happens is this is a way that it works better for the airlines to do this. Now they're caught by their own system, and I don't see, again, like I've always said, we talked earlier, if you can count cards and you're doing nothing illegal, then you should be able to do that. But they can also, as the business owner, set the parameters, and they don't like when you do that.
But I love to hear about these workarounds, right? Something that is not illegal, right?
And that's what we're saying.
It is just a loophole.
Technically not illegal.
Yeah.
Part of it might be that all of a sudden you have an unaccounted for passenger who was on part of this flight
who's not there,
and now they're not there.
And
that might raise some type of suspicion, a legal issue,
security,
something happened.
Why did they get off the flight?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And why are you not reporting this to authorities? They may fall under that umbrella as well.
Right.
That may be part of the whole equation of this whole thing.
It's the phenomenon of the thrifty terrorist.
Or if you had, like a dumbass, checked a bag, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden your bag goes on to Atlanta.
Right.
And,
Well, that's what they say you can't do. If you're checking a bag, it's not going to work for you.
Oh, definitely not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would love to hear about more workarounds about saving money that's not illegal. Because like I said, I buy damaged packages. Like when I'm getting a bigger ticket item at like a hardware store.
A hardware store.
I will look for a box that is damaged. I won't damage it myself because that is illegal. And then you go to what I've heard is let's say you're in the fencing section. You go to the person that's like managing the fencing section because they'll be able to take more money off.
I thought you meant the sport.
Yeah, no.
The dude standing there with the foil.
Yeah, they can take more money off than the person at the register. So, like the person at the in the fencing section could take $30 off, where the guy at the register might only be able to take $25 off.
As a hack or as a workaround, like exploiting something like this. Is this technically that? Like, if you were to open up the box yourself,
that's what I'm saying. I don't do that.
Yeah.
That's illegal. When you are when you are the one tampering with the product, that is illegal.
Because a lot of these sit right in a gray area that they don't know how to really oversee, and savvy customers can exploit it.
Okay. So, and we wanted to throw this out there. How do you game the system?
How do you game the system?
What's your angle on getting a discount, getting something free? What's your angle? By the way, I want to point this out. This is a text from somebody that says, we can't do the skip lagging, yet airlines purposely overbook. Regularly.
Exactly.
That's a bunch of crap right there.
And that's a great point.
I totally agree with that. 100%.
Well, and listen, the skip lagging is a gray area. So, like we said, it's not illegal. You can do it. You can book that and you can do it, but you risk the airline saying, okay, you can no longer fly with us. So, if you want to take that risk, you can do it.
By the way, we overbooked the flight.
Yeah. There's I know that there's loopholes that, especially like when it comes to shopping and discounts and things like that. Nothing illegal, other than like stealing. No,
just like armed robbery.
But you have some crafty techniques, I would imagine.
And like a lot, like stuff that I did when I was younger is now like kind of standard. So like price matching, and it's really up to the person, the consumer, to actually get the information and go to the store and say, hey, I found this much cheaper. But most stores will do that. Like if you purchase something and it's cheaper at another store, instead of returning it and then going to the other store and buying it there for cheaper, you can just go to them it's usually a 2-week period, but you just go to them and say, hey, here's the advertisement for, the appliance at Best Buy. They're selling it for $200 cheaper, and they will credit you.
Well, so if you want to go on like on a basic, really rudimentary basic level, if you go in, like Casey, I remember you had an issue with going as a fast food place, and people would they would get in line and technically it's not illegal to put your jacket down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was at the place around the corner here.
Right.
It wasn't fast food. It's a fast casual.
Right.
But yeah, we're all standing in line, and then somebody before they got in line put a diaper, a clean diaper, on the table to reserve the table, and I'm like,
dude, don't even get me started.
I know.
That's putting the towel on the freaking chair at the pool at the resort.
And you're not.
What about? Hold on.
Suck it.
Wait, let me ask you, because
I hate you.
I do.
You're
strangle an old woman one time.
You're a shore person now. What about going to the beach and setting your stuff up at the beach and then leaving?
Oh, I don't care about that.
It's the same thing. You're
Nah,
getting the prime spot on the beach.
You're talking about miles of
well, not always. Sometimes it's like,
In
Listen,
Wildwood,
I've never experienced it.
Yeah.
In Wildwood, you got
You have
have
plenty.
the Sahara Desert to choose from as far as sand goes.
Yeah, so
out
where
there.
we go, it's not as big, and sometimes people go completely. Set up with big, large tents. Get their area, leave, and then come back 2 hours later with all the kids.
So what about buying a floor model of something?
I do that all the time. So
Yeah.
to
Do
me,
you really?
well, I should say I used to do that. And the big thing used to be, I had up in New York, we had PC Richards, you remember, Kathy, and was it The Wiz and all this? If you just went in and you would look at a floor model, and if it had like a nick on it or something, or there's completely functional, completely, like a brand new TV except for a nick. See how much for that? To me, that's. I'm not exploiting.
That's not a game of the system. But if you were to return it and get a brand new one or something like that, that
would be gaming the system.
Yeah. Well, so is this gaming the system, or is this just straight up stealing? When stealing for a moment.
You mean hot wiring a car?
For a minute.
Borrowing.
I found this car.
When you go, because I've heard about this for the Super Bowl, people will go to the big box store. They will, quote unquote, buy a giant television, watch the Super Bowl, and then return the TV the next day.
I kind of think that's scuzzy.
Yeah, that's like buying something, wearing it, reataching the tags, and taking it back.
Or just not taking the tag off.
Well, don't you buy a whole bunch of
What's your scam?
Yeah.
No, what?
There's something you do where you like buy a whole bunch and then return a lot of it. Aren't you like the return queen?
Oh, I'm the return queen, but that's not. I try it on.
Oh, all right.
I won't go to the store and shop. I shop online. I try it on at my house. It doesn't work, and I return it.
All right.
I don't wear it out and then return it. However, I have worn shoes and taken them back to the store, but I was honest with them because they were the most uncomfortable shoes, and I was like, I can never wear these. These shouldn't be on anyone's feet, and they took them back.
But the TV thing, it's scuzzy, but that's a good system gamer.
I'll tell you, a lot of professional photographers do, and it's. In fact, I know that when we were doing the calendars, you get the clothing, you hide the tag, the models wear it, and then you return it.
Oh, I mean,
is that like a constant?
Yeah, like stylists who do different like fashion shows and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, but also a lot of times the stores are in on it and they know that the people are wearing the clothes. Sometimes, it depends on the size. Our calendar shoots, they would. Unless it was an undergarment, they would hide the tag or even sometimes take it off and then reattach the tag and return that. They weren't buying all that stuff.
Right.
Oh man, there was a call that was up there that we missed. It was somebody saying they had a layover in London and I guess they were late getting back and they held the plane for them.
Oh.
So that could be kind of an issue if you're doing the skip lagging thing.
If you're doing a skip lagging thing, why not just tell the hey, listen, I'm getting off here. I don't want to fly anymore.
Well, but that skip lag.
I really like it here.
Yeah.
I've changed my mind.
I have never been to Charleston. I love it.
I was going to Miami.
Yeah.
But I'm going to give Charleston a shot. This is just adorable.
Let me ask you, is Raleigh-Durham always like this? Because I love it.
All right, so here's some text coming in. This one says, go to a BOGO sale and then go back and return just one of them.
Oh.
So you're getting the price.
Yeah.
For the 2 items.
Yeah, but no.
Well,
see, a lot of that stuff doesn't work anymore because you have to have your receipt, or sometimes they'll just, if you don't have your receipt, they scan your credit card that you used and they can find your purchase and they can see that you.
Have you ever exploited a BOGO sale for this?
No, because you really can't. I mean, unless you're just returning it and using your license and getting store credit, then maybe I guess that's how you do it. But now you'll have to buy something else.
I got you.
All right, here's a scam of getting in and out of New York, and it's essentially it's gaming the tolls.
Oh, they're horrible tolls in and out of New York.
This says, anytime I have to go to Long Island, if I have time, I take the Verrazano Bridge, and I know you've talked about that a million times, Steve. On the way up, because it's free eastbound. Then on the way home, I go over the Brooklyn Bridge, which is free into Manhattan, and then out the Holland Tunnel, which is free into Jersey. Probably adds time, it says, but saves me around $40.
So they're right on that. Yeah. I would rather drive through a volcano than take that way out, But yes, you can say that's how crazy the tolls are. That's gaming the system.
I will go to Josh. Hi, Josh. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, Josh?
Hey, yeah, I was listening to you guys. I was driving in, and I just got done building a bar out back of my house, and I went to Lowe's like repeatedly, and it's like $150 every time.
Yeah.
So I always had to bring my kids with me, so I brought my kids with me, and I was like, well, you know what? How about you girls just go ask them if they can get a discount? And so I usually try to find like the sweetest old lady or someone that they could be like, oh, you have a really nice watch. And they're like, oh, that's just so cute. how's 20%? And I was like, sure. They probably saved.
So let me just understand here. So you would send Josh, you'd send your kids up to like the register and or
yeah,
a salesperson.
Yeah, because they're like 5 and 7, so they'd be like helping push and like, oh, you're trying to help Dad. They're like, yeah. Like, are there any discounts?
So
They're
and
like,
you're standing there. So it's not like your kids are going up and go, we're building a bar.
No. We're gonna have to serve Dad beer out of it. No.
I could see using your kids as
it's like going out to the park and using a puppy to get attractive women to come over.
Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, they were just like, I got out to the car. I'm like, hey, kids, thanks for that. And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, you just saved Dad like $300.
I didn't realize it was that effective.
I love it. Thank you, Josh. Nice work.
That is a good idea. I do like that. Some stores will give you a discount, like if you don't have the actual coupon or coupon code. And I'll ask, like I know the ones that will say, well, hold on, and they look to see if they've got the code to scan, and then they kind of help you out.
Yeah. No, I've had that happen a few times, and that's always nice.
Hey, when you do go to like a Lowe's or a Home Depot, they ask you if you're military, and I never say yes because I was never in the military.
Yes, I'm a colonel.
When
I was in the MM Army.
I was in the MM, but I wasn't even ever in the MM Army. I was a street squad member.
You have to have ID.
Do
though,
you?
to prove it.
That's what that was because I've never done that.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if they asked you for ID.
A lot of places give teachers discounts too. You have to have like your work ID on you.
Yeah, all right. That was because I think Wawa gives away free coffee for teachers certain months or whatever. And so they ask for an ID, a teacher ID?
Like
you do have to be okay.
Yeah, their badge or whatever.
Not if you've just taught somebody something.
Well, hang on a second. Kyle, come here real quick because Kyle actually served in the Air Force.
Yes.
So he would know.
All right.
Have you ever been? All right, you can
You
go
can come around to
today.
this mic. So, yeah, because you can take advantage of discounts and specials at various places. Do you use the discounts?
Always.
Nice.
Whenever I can. But Home Depot doesn't do that anymore.
They don't?
They have it on very, you have to, it's not as simple as presenting your ID as it used to be. Because I used to do that all the time. But now you have to put your ID into some sort of thing on the app and present it, and so it's more of a headache than.
So there is a way for that person at that register to verify that you are indeed a veteran.
Yeah, but it's a multi-step process that gets confusing now.
Kyle, what if you sang to them real briefly?
I mean,
I used to be in the Army and the Air Force.
That might be convincing.
I served our country well.
But I always ask. I was like, any chance you have a veterans discount or a military discount? And a lot of places don't.
Right.
Like Walmart or Home Goods.
Lowe's does, I think.
Yeah, Lowe's definitely does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't go to Lowe's as much. Home Depot is much closer to me.
Kyle, I need appliances. I'll buy you lunch if you go with me and we use your discount.
Do you get rented basically?
Yeah.
By people?
You want to borrow my
And
ID?
isn't that like stolen valor?
It looks kind of like you, Kathy.
No,
it's borrowed valor.
Then I would feel bad if I tried to use it on my. But if you were with me, why not?
Is borrowed valor as bad?
Borrowed valor is not so good, I think, even still.
Dude, I was looking into
if your friend is in the military, they go with you and they want to help you out, they've earned that right.
Yeah.
Serving for our country.
My ex-girlfriend used to tell people at the register, I'm married to a veteran.
yeah.
Can I get a discount?
That's like the Seinfeld episode where they go get the dry cleaning discount because the wife gets, the wife has the membership or whatever. Yeah, you can do that.
Was that the porn star?
No.
It was a stripper.
The porn store had way more morals.
Nice. All right. Thank you, Kyle. All right. Line 4, you're saying, Case?
Yeah.
All right. Let me go to Harry. We got him on the line. Do we have Harry's?
We do.
Okay. Hey, Harry. Good morning.
Preston?
Yes.
It's good to have you on the Baba
Wow. Bill Weston version of it. All right. What's up, bud?
Thank you very much.
How you doing? So my wife turned me on to this app called the Fetch app, and in this app, you go. They have like you take pictures. It's one of those receipt clicking apps, and when you take a picture of a receipt, you get a certain amount of points. Particularly if you get certain items, you get a lot more points. Those points eventually add up to you getting like $50 gift cards from Amazon or other places.
So, but it's not. You're not gaming the system. You're not right. I mean
Here's the thing. You can return. You don't have to keep like $15 worth of cheese. You can return all that stuff a day later to Giant, and then hello, you got the points. You get the $50 gift card.
Oh, I see. So you're getting the reward system, and you're not being docked for the rewards when you return the stuff.
Bingo.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Does
don't
it only
return
work with
perishables.
cheese?
I just
You don't like this cheese?
Two $100 gift cards from Amazon, and I returned everything that I bought that day later.
Do you have any cheese on you still?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Don't do that with
Do me a
perishables.
favor at the register. There's a guy I'm reading as a cheese swapper. Go out and check him out.
Hey, Harry, just do me a favor and don't return perishable items. Do the non-perishables.
This milk, I don't like it.
But
Not a fan of this milk.
So my wife worked with a guy who would
Thanks, Harry.
he would go to pawn shops to buy gift cards.
You mentioned this.
Yeah. So he would go to the pawn shop and buy a $100 Home Depot gift card for $80 or
Let me ask you,
$75 or something like that.
What was the freak? Sometimes these are cards that are the big scam is cards that have nothing really on them.
Yeah, but there is a way that you can. I mean, if you go to the website and you type in the number, it'll tell you what the
There's
balance.
a cheese app I use that does.
Yeah, it'll tell you what the balance on the card is. Now, the pawn shop should do that before they
take it in. Yeah,
take it in. But
real quick, this is an interesting text. Says recently had a vacation to St. Thomas. My girlfriend found it way cheaper for us to fly into Puerto Rico 2 days early, stay at a hotel in Old San Juan for 2 nights, then fly to St. Thomas. And we did the same thing on the way back, and the airfare with hotels was still half the cost of direct round-trip flights from Philly to St. Thomas.
Oh, my God.
That's brilliant.
It probably was also the day they were flying, too.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
Had
Right.
something to do with it, yeah.
I love travel hacks like that. Like, to me, that's well worth it. And I mean, and you're
You get
saving
a different destination, too.
Exactly, and saving several $100s.
If you watch a lot of airplane movies, watch like Flight, and try to pass yourself off as a co-pilot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't usually end up doing anything.
They're good.
So, yeah.
Right.
All right, hang on. Glenn has been on hold for 17 minutes and wants to go back to the bread thing I brought up at the beginning of the conversation. So let me go to Glenn. Hi, Glenn. Good morning.
He's asleep.
What's up, Glenn?
Gadzooks to every one of you.
Gadzooks, buddy. We appreciate it.
Very popular. I will not mention the name in Delco restaurant. Years ago, my aunts, my uncles went there. The first time, a couple of them went there. They were sitting there. They ordered their food, the bread, the salad came. My uncle opened up the bread and said, "Wow, look at this. They buttered the rolls for you here."
Oh, my God.
The rolls came from some other place or somebody at a table like that.
Someone at another table had buttered the bread, and they got caught passing a.
Man.
See,
It was already buttered.
My
All the
belief.
rolls were already buttered.
Yeah, my belief is that happens more than you would think. If it is an unaccosted basket of bread that no one at the table has touched, I can't see them throwing it out.
Well, that was wasteful. That was in Delaware County. We don't do that in Bucks County. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
No, they
Wait, hold on. Go ahead, Glenn.
Yeah. I've been to other places and I've had that done before.
In Bucks County?
No.
Close.
No way.
See?
I'm gonna say Bucks County. It was close.
Close enough to be Bucks County.
Appreciate it, Glenn. Thanks for holding too, man.
All right.
All right, we'll see you later. Okay. Other hacks. Let me see. I'm sorry, I have not been reading these.
Go to Michelle. I want to hear the
Ulta?
Yeah, the Ulta hacks.
All right, let's go to her then. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Michelle?
So my sisters and I, it's the three of us, we all use the same Ulta rewards number.
Okay.
So we keep it at the platinum level, diamond level, whatever the highest is. We all shop there under the same number. You get points with Ulta when you shop. You do the 5 times the points when you're a diamond member. So we save up the points. Right now, I think we have close to $1,000 in rewards.
Wow.
And we wait until we get a 20% off coupon, and then we get $1,000 worth of free stuff.
Wow. And you use the 20% off, so you're getting even more.
So you split it amongst the three. So you're both getting approximately $333 worth of stuff.
Michelle, can I get on the sister account?
I mean, that's actually, and you're not doing anything.
Unless it states in their
specifies,
agreement that it can only be one
person or non-transferable
Yeah,
or non.
I enter my mom's phone number at CVS. I don't go to CVS enough to have my own account for points.
Right.
So I enter my mom. So I guess she gets those 9 mile long coupons.
Yeah. Somebody
Your liver pills are in.
Somebody texted in and said that when they buy movie theater tickets, they always do the senior citizen purchase.
Yeah.
And they said they've
No one ever checks.
never once checked.
Or the child.
Anytime they've gone.
So
yeah, the child thing. That's a good idea.
So, like on a remote app, like on a Fandango ticket purchase, they just use the senior citizen thing?
I guess so.
There is one of the movie theaters that we go to. You have to purchase before you go there. There's never anybody there, and even if you go without a ticket, there's a kiosk and you purchase there.
Is it one of those adult film houses?
No. It's a regular movie theater, but there is also never anyone at the front checking your ticket. So technically, we could walk in, not purchase a ticket, and go to the theater.
Kathy, you're talking about one of the classic hacks that is. I mean, I assume no one overtly needs to say it, but you could leave the one theater and go into another.
Watch another movie.
Well, everybody's done that, right?
Now that's
most definitely.
It's understood that you paid for one and you're supposed to just see one movie, but I can't tell you.
I did it for the same movie once. I went and saw when Phantom Menace came out, episode 1. I went and saw it in the theater, and I'm like, I want to see this again because it was the first Star Wars thing in 17 years or whatever. I'm like, we're gonna go check it out twice.
Did you just stay seated?
No. I just went to another theater in that movie theater. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the old King of Prussia theater.
All right.
Wait, real quick. When I watched the end of what was the football movie?
Not the blind
Invincible?
Any Given Sunday?
It might have been. It was Invincible.
Okay.
I watched the end of it. I walked into the theater. We sat down. We had our popcorn and soda and whatever, and we realized we were watching the end of the movie. We
you
watched
thought you were coming in for previews or something?
last scene,
Oh, no.
and because it was playing so much in the theater. So
You
after
usually don't say it was filmed in Panavision in the beginning of the movie.
Yeah. Well, so afterwards, we got up and we went to the other theater and watched the full movie. So we knew what happened in the end.
Here's text says, I saw a TikTok that explained if you buy hotel points and use that for your hotel stay, that it is cheaper than what you would normally do, than what you would normally pay. Well, yeah, that's what they want you to do.
But you also get cheese.
They end up giving you better deals with that. This says, this one AutoZone thinks I'm a veteran. Never told them I was, but always give me the discount. Is that stolen valor?
And it's borrowed valor, right, Case?
I don't know. It's borrowed valor.
To me, yes, I don't think I could. I would have the hubris or the balls to do that. But
What if you don't get charged for something at the store and you realize it and you walk out with it and you know that they didn't charge you? Do you just take it or you go back in and say, by the way, you forgot to scan
I realize
this.
how lax they are. I go in and take more.
Yeah. Preston, remember when they gave you, because of who you are, they gave you that bread at Redstone?
Oh, no, they recognize me.
It was a dessert. It was this breakfast dessert, and apparently they give that to everyone.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
I guess this is what you deal with when you're a celebrity.
Redstone was closed for months.
Yeah, they back open?
They just reopened,
Okay.
yes.
Oh,
The
right.
health department came in, passed everything, and they opened, I think it was either this week or last week.
They had a fire or something.
They had a
right?
fire, yeah.
I need you to stop talking.
Don't want you to stop giving them free plugs.
Oh, right. Who, Redstone?
Yeah.
In public meeting?
Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Let me hang on a second. Let me go to. We're talking about kind of gaming the system. I will go to Joe C. on the line. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Good morning, you guys rock.
Hi, bud. What's up, man?
Hey, so I moved into a house about a year and a half ago, and I didn't continue to pay for the trash service that the previous owner was using. Just recently, within the last 3 months, I just started putting the can out with trash, and they just started picking it up because all my neighbors use that same service, and they just pick up my trash for free. So I'm just getting free.
Stop and think about it. Now, technically, I mean, you're not, but there's no delineation.
They're
right?
coming through anyway.
They're coming through anyway.
Well, and is it still their old trash cans?
It is their old trash can. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
so
never
they
picked it
think-
up. And it's all you sign up for your own service where I live. They don't collect tax for trash collection, so everyone has different companies in the area.
Right.
And they just been picking up for free.
You know where I do see this being an issue when companies and businesses have dumpsters and people will go and throw their garbage out in dumpsters.
They do that to Wilson's all the time.
Right. And so they're paying to have that their own, stuff hauled away, and then it gets filled up with people who are throwing it in. and you're basically stealing from them.
The trash can thing reminded me of a bit I've seen. It was like on Instagram where the guy was telling his wife, he's saying, "Look, I set these dirty clothes out, and then the next day they're clean and folded."
I'm doing that. By the way, age-old question, and I'm going to ask it again. How do you throw out a garbage can?
Right,
Put it in a giant trash bag.
Oh, no, you know what? I had to do it. I literally wrote trash really big on it.
Yeah.
I didn't
You
put
gotta leave a
anything
note.
in
Yes, I know it's for trash.
What am I, an idiot?
Yeah. That's my job.
Let me go to, this is an old scam, I think, and I never did it, but let me go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy, what's happening?
So when I used to buy physical games, I would go to GameStop. I would buy the games used because they had a 7-day return policy. I would play the game and try to complete it in 7 days and then return the game.
Yeah.
You could. Some games you could actually beat in 7 days. So only on the used games would you get that policy?
Yeah, only on the used games with a 7-day return policy.
So he was gaming the game system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you get a fairly new used game, it would still cost you, and $20-$30 or whatever. So that's, I'm sure that people have done that. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it, bud.
I was talking to Pancake about this last week, but when I used to buy CDs at the wall, you would get that sticker that they would put on there. And if you had another CD that had scratches on it or was skipping or whatever, you could take the CD off of the one jewel case. I mean, the sticker off the one jewel case, put it on the other and return it.
Do you remember the insurance policy that they would offer if you want to take out our scratch policy?
Yeah. It was like $15 extra or
getting
whatever.
a warranty on a CD.
What about buying the CD, burning that CD to another CD, and then
returning it? Yeah. Could you do that with movies?
Yes.
Like VHS tapes, right? You could
You
tape
could,
a tape.
Now, unless it was coded in such a way, but if you there are all sorts of I have a Blu-ray player in my house that can make toast. It can do everything. So yeah, you could crack those codes.
I have Rob who's on the line. Hi, Rob. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Sorry for bothering you guys at work.
Sorry, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so I used to live down in Cape May, down in your area where you guys were in Wildwood.
Yeah.
And I worked at the Home Depot.
Okay.
So one of the biggest things that we saw were people coming down, renting for a couple weeks, buying grills. And then the policy is a 30-day return policy with a receipt and then bring it back. We had somebody bring them back with cheeseburgers still on.
Oh, my God.
Dude.
Do you say no, or do you not even care?
Hey, it's the policy. You call manager, most of the time. If I had the cheeseburgers, they're like, look, but if they brought it back and we're like, hey, it wasn't cooking right, there's something wrong with it, they would return it. They would try to give you a gift card, but it's another sale, so they didn't care.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and honestly,
No kidding.
And by the way, to have the balls to come back and it has like grease and stuff on it, bring it back at least in a modestly acceptable state.
Yeah, but
that's sort of.
Most of the stuff they own, so it's like they return it, throw it in the dumpster, and then they return and get a new one anyhow.
Yeah. Oh, wow. All right. Thanks, Rob.
These condoms were uncomfortable.
That's a big, the 30-day, I guess so. If you're having a technical problem with it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's pretty standard.
you can scam it, though. I mean, and once you start using a grill, it's going to get dirty and all. But they can resell that.
But it's also like you have to go out of your way then to pack it back up, take it back. You know what I mean? So it's like.
But it's going to save you $300 and some odd dollars.
Yeah, I know.
It might
but
be worth it to somebody.
Like how you hate going to do returns, Preston. Like
God,
that's
yeah.
what this is. You know what I mean? That's what this is. It's like you have to go out of your way to then get your money back.
There was a piece of equipment I got. It was a solar thing for the pool, and it was. And I did not realize that if you took it out of the water and left it anywhere near the sun, the mechanism was running and burning itself out. I didn't realize that. So I'm like, this goddamn thing stopped working. And I sent an email to the company. He sent me a brand new one. And then I realized
what you had done.
Yeah. And then so I'm still conflicted about.
No, you keep it.
Because, it was my fault.
All right. Let me go to one more call and then we will wrap it up. Let me see. There was one that I saw here, and we'll go to Pete here real quick. Hey, Pete. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
So I worked at Campbell's Soup for about 2.5 years, and they had a gym there that, as an employee, you had to pay for.
Okay.
So I paid every 3 months, and so I paid for the first 3 months, and then they had a weight loss program, and the woman who was in charge said, well, you know what? it's kind of open to every employee. You don't have to pay, so I'll just mark it down when the program's over. Then you start paying. Well, she left, and they never realized their mistake. So I continued to work out there for 2 years without having to pay for the gym.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So
that's an oversight. That's not really a hack.
Or gaming the system, but it is kind of cool that it broke your way.
But he didn't
overtly do it.
He didn't bring it to their
He
attention.
just said he was an Iraqi war vet.
I've had that happen before. Thank you, by the way, Pete. I've had that happen before where you sign up for something and then you're supposed to re-sign at a certain time and they never really noticed it and you just keep on. I'm not going to say what it was.
You know, it's a thing you can
and
do.
You just keep on going.
You kept getting
okay,
it.
nobody ever said anything, you know.
Get your gym membership. The guy who signs you up, cut his brake lines.
Right.
And once
that
he's
means
gone,
the new guy will know.
Okay. It's a tip. It's not
okay.
illegal.
It's a hack.
It's
It's a
not
hack,
It's
yeah.
not
It's a
legal,
hack.
but it's a tip. All right. Well, anyhow, but we got started on the skip lagging concept, which is where you buy a flight that connects to somewhere. Let's say you want to fly to I don't know, Kansas City, but the flight to Phoenix is actually cheaper because it's a connecting flight.
Yeah.
And you just get off in Kansas City and let the flight go on to to Phoenix.
Skip lagging sound like a lazy Barbie doll?
Skip lagging.
Skip lagging.
Yeah. But it's against their company policies, and there was also a site that was offering up to do this for you, and American Airlines is suing them. So interesting, though. Interesting stuff. Thank you for the calls. We do appreciate it. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we will delve into the world of the bizarre with the B-File when we get back. Stay down.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Let's get a look at traffic. What's going on, Kathy? Bitch.
Give us the traffic, bitch.
Do you think like Springfield Mall has numbered days eventually? Like these
No,
because
you know
it's
what?
similar in size and everything.
Well, Springfield Mall did the right thing, and they put a Target as one of their anchor stores. So that brings in a lot of traffic. It's always packed now.
Sears and Boscov's have kind of.
What are the plans for those? Are they going to remain in the area? Because I know they're putting in apartments. Are they not in condos?
You know what? I don't know.
It's going to be a town center, and there's going to be residences there.
I don't know. Are they going to keep those stores, though?
Oh, those stores? I think so. That's why they're not down.
Although Sears is closing a lot of their stores.
But
We've got great plans for the area, bitch.
Freddy Krueger, town planner.
There's going to be a lovely promenade right over here, bitch. And bicycle racks for everyone, bitch.
Town planner.
Yeah. Just a place, community center, bitch. Places where other bitches can hang out and say hi to other bitches. Bitch. Lovely day in the park. Bands can play in the gazebo, bitch.
What about things for the kids?
Things for the kids, face painting, all that stuff, bitch.
It's become cordial.
He's pointing with his razor gloves to all the areas around.
Go to a pond or like a large koi pond or something for the ducks, bitch. All green, though, bitch.
All green. Environmentally friendly?
Yeah.
I would love to see Freddy Krueger as a realtor.
Great schools in the area, bitch. And here's a nice cupboard for, your little knickknacks, bitch. And this is electric heat, bitch, so I just want to let you know. Bitch.
Oh, wow. All right. Freddy Krueger, real estate manager.
Bitch.
And his bus stop bench sign says, "Call me, bitch." He's the
His
Tom Skivington of the underworld.
Right.
Of the other realm. But with the mustache.
And the claws. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my back hurts.
I love it. All right.
He's slashing prices.
Yeah, somebody texts in, is he slashing prices, bitch? Brent Selleck, 31 years old today. And then it's my birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Kathy. I like Nick's version. He's eating a hamburger or something.
He's actually eating loose leaf paper. he's like a goat.
What? You chose to eat instead of sing happy birthday?
I took that opportunity, yeah.
That's why
I was
sometimes
tagging along.
we have to put something heavy over the garbage can.
I'm like a bear.
Are you at all into wine?
Nah. I will. If I go out to dinner and we're drinking, I'll do cocktails beforehand.
And a little blow.
And a little cocaine. No, I'll do cocktails beforehand, but when the meal comes, there are times where I'll get a glass of wine.
Oh, you will?
Yeah, I think it pairs better with...
So will you pair, like, do you like a red, or do you just pair with whatever you're eating?
Whatever.
Whatever kind of mood you're in tonight.
Yeah, exactly. A little red, a little white. I'll stick with the standard, red meat, red wine,
Okay.
Poultry and fish, maybe a white wine. But it's okay to mix it up from what I understand. That rule is not hard and fast any longer. But I will have something. I think it's easier to eat with a meal as opposed to, a Jack and Coke or something like that.
Or a wine and Coke.
But I'm not a...
Which is disgusting.
Well, have you ever tried it?
Yes, I have.
Did you put Pepsi in my wine?
Of course I have.
A wine and Coke?
Was this in the early days?
Yeah. It was When you put anything in Coke.
Yeah. Gin and root beer.
Yeah.
It's like, whatever.
We
What
did,
can we mix with this?
Cranberry juice and rum, and we called it crumb. That's not good.
All right.
But like a white wine spritzer, that's,
Oh, I've been doing that lately.
Have you?
Yeah, you know what? I just...
Have you really?
Yes, I've been doing white wine
that's
spritzers
awesome.
in the evening. It just helps with the hangover when you have to get up at 4 a.m.
And I've been making bracelets with my name on it.
So anyway, but I do drink wine, but I'm in no way, shape, or form do I have any room to speak on it.
My wife is definitely, she's into wine, and is this volcanic thing actually piqued her interest.
Okay.
Casey, though, with the white wine spritzer, seriously, I won't take, it has to be a certain grade wine. Like, I'm not going to take something that's, mid to higher level and add, a spritz, and spritz it up.
Yeah. If it's called piss wine from the Piss Valley,
I'll spritz that.
Yeah.
So you do like a Ernest and Julio Gallo or whatever.
Right.
I'll have a glass of piss from the Piss Valley, please. It's not going to taste good.
This is a 78.
But tasting a white wine from Santorini, Greece, Zabo described the wine as...
I am Zabo.
As salty, saline, and crunchy.
Everybody, Zabo's here. Zabo. I am Zabo.
Crunchy wine.
Crunchy.
Do they can they grow grapes hydroponically?
Sure.
And would that make a...
They can do anything.
Yeah, right?
They made RoboCop.
Yeah.
The movie.
They did. He's not wrong.
No, technically he's not wrong.
No. They can do anything.
He also tasted red wine from Canary Islands in Spain and another from Italy, which he described as being wonderfully perfumed, savory, potpourri, floral, and substantial.
Did he mention RoboCop?
No. Not
Zabo, what about RoboCop? What are you talking about? What?
I know you guys think I'm crazy sometimes with my taste palette, but there are, if I look at a menu, a wine menu, I will know, I don't typically like, and it's a wide range, but any wines from California. I don't think I've... Yeah, and it can be anything. It doesn't have to be one specific wine.
You
but
don't like them?
typically, anything that I've tasted, if it's from California, and I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the soil that the grapes
you
grow
said
in.
you're not fond of Mexicans.
Stop it! I never said that.
Oh,
I'm part Mexican.
Oh, okay. Well, then why would you say that? That's crazy. No. There's some people
you might have a palate for it.
That could absolutely be it.
But I'm just wondering, maybe it does have something to do with where it's where the grapes are grown.
Yeah, I don't. There's a documentary a friend of mine recommended. I haven't seen it yet. It's about sommeliers, like master wine tasters, and I haven't seen it yet. But he said
it's about Somalians.
No, in the scene
pay attention.
In a scene, some friends are talking to the guy. He's like, "Come on, do the thing, come on." And he's like, "I don't want to blah 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 this and that." So he ends up giving in, and they pour him a bottle of wine. He does not know where it comes from, anything like that. He is able to sample it and has such a refined palate that he can not only tell you the type, he can narrow it down to the exact vineyard that it came from.
Gosh, what?
Some people have these incredibly sharp palates.
They're basically the Michael Jordan of the wine world. I mean, it's this rare genetic ability to do something that you can be trained as a sommelier and make it to a level where you can work in a nice restaurant and know a lot about wine. But unless you have this innate ability, you're never going to be like this guy.
It's like people with perfect pitch.
Exactly.
And there are people that can smell things as well and know exactly the origin of it, what it is.
RoboCop has a gun in his thigh.
Well, to reference a movie.
Move along. Drink your wine and move along.
There's a scene in one of the Hannibal Lecter films that he leaves a scent of a hand cream on a letter, and they bring in all these perfume people, and they're able to smell and find out exactly where it came from. And there are legitimately people that can do that. Same thing with wine.
People who work in the perfume industry are paid many millions of dollars because of that ability.
Yep.
Not that I'm an expert, but I drink Sauvignon Blanc and from New Zealand. There are different wines from New Zealand that I really really love. But to some people, it's going to taste very similar. It's going to taste the same. So we did a taste test, and it was 4 different Sauvignon Blancs from New Zealand, and I picked out each one and which was which.
Okay.
Wow, you're like the RoboCop.
Well, no, but it was like
you're like the RoboCop in New Zealand.
I'm from New Zealand. Lead me to your wine.
No, you have a great nose and a really refined palate.
And awesome boobs.
And a pointy nose.
I would not say a great nose, man. I can't take scents. Like, it gives me a headache.
Your nose has abilities.
Yes, it does.
Is Somm the name of that documentary?
This is the one that I know about, unless there's another one. Maybe there was one that you saw that I didn't, but I've heard of this one before. SOMM.
Well, there is a documentary on Netflix that was, we put it up on PrestonSteve.com, like documentaries that you have to see. And it's about, I don't know if it's about sommeliers or wine, but it is about wine.
So it was my birthday yesterday, and I have like 6 great bottles of bourbon at home.
You got?
Yeah, some of them I got, some of them I bought, and they're of the upper level of bourbon. So, yeah. So I was sampling a few, and the best way to get a feel for them is to taste them side by side, because then you can really taste the differences between them.
No palate cleansers or anything?
No. Okay. Ice. You call that a palate cleanser? And don't give me crap because I put ice in my bourbon. But anyway, I wish I could articulate what I'm tasting. I'm like, yes, this tastes different than that, but I can't go. It has hints of caramel and an aroma of star anise, or I don't know.
Don't use words, just use sounds and grunts.
Yeah, like RoboCop. What about Bob Clip? All right, let's see if we can get the answer to this question. The poinsettia plant is indigenous to what country? 215-263-WMMR. I'm going to go to Mark for the answer. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. If I win, will this be enough to spray Kathy's bush?
Yes.
Yes.
It very well might be.
Yeah,
Please,
that's
Mark,
fine.
give us the right answer.
Is it Mexico?
Mexico.
You can spray her poinsettia.
You are correct, Mark.
On your fact sheet, does it say where the name came from?
No.
It derives its common English name from Joel Roberts Poinsett, who was the first United States minister to Mexico, and he introduced the plant to the United States in 1825.
There you go.
How about that?
And I was just curious how it became associated with Christmas and why. Maybe just because it's red and Santa Claus, and I don't know.
It was Jesus' favorite plant.
Oh.
Yeah.
I had no idea. He visited Mexico.
He did a little travel in his earlier years when he was still in college.
Okay.
Hey, is it true though about that it is not healthy for cats?
Yes, that's
what I've heard.
That it's not healthy for cats. Now, they supposedly created a hybrid version of the poinsettia. So if you want to take a crack at it and see if your cat will survive, go for it.
Wait a minute. In the United States and perhaps elsewhere, there is a common misconception that the poinsettia is highly toxic. The misconception was spread by a 1919 urban legend of a 2-year-old child dying after consuming a poinsettia leaf.
Man, that's a human child. What about cats?
Let's see. Toxicity is relatively mild. Its latex can cause an allergic reaction in sensitive individuals.
So for 15 years, I didn't have a poinsettia in my house. And really, I could have.
You know what? I don't know. It doesn't mention anything about animals.
Oh, it says there, sea cat's deadly scourge of the feline world.
May sometimes cause diarrhea and vomiting. So
Nothing about kitties.
Nothing about kitties in this particular post.
Why don't you Nick, just type in the Google search bar "pussy" and see what comes up? It's probably some sort of
toxic
pussy.
All right,
see what we get.
All right,
only $19.95 a minute.
I will move along. Get back to me if you find anything, Nick. Paula Patton. Oh,
yes.
Dude.
What? I'm doing what Steve said.
Take it off of images.
May I just be?
So he typed in toxic pussy, but he had it on images.
No, you don't want to see that.
It's standard stuff.
Go to videos. Maybe there's cats in that.
Now we know it's bad for your cat.
Go to videos.
Put up the videos.
What about
Toxic Pussy is a band.
Oh, that's a good band name.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Okay.
What's your next story?
Dan Rather announced a new social media page in the midst of January's flying fake news and alternative facts.
It's called Shart.com. Shart.com.
Okay.
Now join me over on Snapchat where I show you a sexy new way to work out.
I love your dad, rather. He said, I got into news in the first place to be a part of something noble and bigger than myself. For those reasons, I am starting a second Facebook page called News and Guts, a digital news feed of sorts. He said the goal is to inform, innovate, and inspire. He said this Facebook page will be under the stewardship of a very talented group of reporters who work at my company. These are men and women who know real news.
Check it out at toxicpussy.com. It was the only domain name available.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Shart.com is taken.
Ah, son of a bitch.
I know. They make
That
T-shirts.
actually should have been ours, right?
Yeah.
They reported.
We always have great ideas years after other people have had them.
He said they've reported with me.
Again, that's toxicpussy.com.
About cats.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
And they're the reaction to poinsettias.
Yeah,
which can be toxic and lethal. Hence, toxic pussy.
I don't know why I didn't bring this up earlier when I was talking about accidentally drinking last night.
Yeah.
But the tourism, and you guys know I'm a bourbon and whiskey fan. The tourism is way up in Kentucky.
Because of this?
The Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
Wow. What is the Kentucky Bourbon?
All right, thanks, Kathy. Yeah, I got an email, and I apologize to Todd Carey, who sent me this a little while back, but I wanted to mention this. It is a charity organization called Give Grief Hope, and they have this event called Give Grief Hope 2023, A Haven, or maybe that's the name of the whole organization. But anyhow, they were introduced to Todd was a Haven in March 2018. The family lost their child, Kyle. And he said, I experienced unimaginable grief through this loss, and a Haven was there to help guide me through the loss. And after working with them, I decided I want to give back and begin volunteering at a Haven. Twice a month, I spend my evening trying to help children in the group try to cope with and understand grief. So he has learned to help other people through his loss.
Oh, amazing.
And so if you're going through, grief, this is a group that you can reach out to. So they have a charity event that's going on all month long in August. You can shop at Kimberton Whole Foods in Malvern and round up at the register there. They also have Dine Out at Two Birds Cafe in Westchester. 10% of the proceeds will be donated to a Haven. I'm not sure exactly when that's taking place, but they have an open house today. That's why I wanted to mention that. And you can RSVP to that. And I think, Nick, did I send the information to you?
I don't remember.
Okay.
But send it to me again, and I'll make sure we get posted.
It may be on our community page. If not, you can do a quick search on A Haven.
It's ahaven.org.
Okay, ahaven.org.
Okay, all right.
And so if you are going through, grieving a loss or know someone who is or would like to help out, you can reach out to them. And they also have an event, Grief Awareness Day, that's taking place at Come to Prince for a Purpose. Or no, it says Come to Prince for a Purpose on the 30th. So I wanted
It's
to
a lot
mention
to
that.
juggle, yeah.
Because it sounds like a great organization. I mean, if you're going through something you can't even imagine as horrible as that, and you are lost and needs some support, obviously it's what they do.
Yeah, you
So
don't
it's
need
great.
to. You don't need to tough it out.
Nope.
You can. There are people who have been through it before, and they can help you in so many ways you can't even possibly imagine.
Yep. So that's from Todd Carey. So wanted to mention that butt plug there. All right. We have Bizarre File story. So here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. From clogged toilets to dripping faucets, Horizon Services plumbing professionals are there when you need them. Horizon also arrives same day or you don't pay. Book in seconds at horizonezbook.com. All right, so this story is, it's interesting. A Madison Heights resident is suing a Metro Detroit Olive Garden restaurant for more than $25,000 after allegedly eating a spoonful of a soup with a rat's foot in it. Though the restaurant chain challenges the validity of the claim.
Because it had a tiny little shoe on it.
Thomas Howie said that he was at dinner with friends on March 11th at Olive Garden and was talking with them and eating a bowl of minestrone soup.
While chewing, Howie felt a sharp object stab his cheek.
I'll take the pre-buttered rolls.
And he spit it out into a napkin. He said the object appeared to be the foot of a rat with fur and claws.
You've won, sir. You won the contest.
He said He said my stomach just heaved. I threw up right there in the restaurant. He said I was mortified.
Look at it. Look at the picture.
Hey, on the Restaurants Plus, they do offer bottomless rat's feet.
The incident allegedly resulted in several days of nausea, vomiting, and anxiety, followed by depression and paranoia, according to the complaint.
By the way, that is one big rat's foot.
Olive Garden on Tuesday questioned the veracity of the claims. They said, we have no reason to believe that there is any validity to this claim. At the time of the incident, Howie said that the restaurant's management did not seem to take the matter seriously and even joked about it. The foot left a cut in Howie's mouth that required treatment with antibiotics and a tetanus shot at an urgent care facility. He filed a police report and brought the rat's foot to the Warren Police Department. Howie reportedly has had a hard time sleeping and eating, according to the complaint.
Yeah.
And he became increasingly depressed and paranoid about food served by others.
Well, think about the rat that's limping around.
According to the negligence lawsuit, Howie is seeking damages for tangible and intangible harm for
I
mental
don't know what happened. I fell asleep in an Olive Garden kitchen, and then I woke up without a leg.
mental anguish and emotional distress. A California man's home security camera was recording when a bear broke into his apartment, foraged for food, wrecked his TV, and then took a nap on his bed.
That's right out of us.
Goldilocks.
Yeah.
The Kings Beach resident, identified as Brian, said that he was boating with his friends on Lake Tahoe when his phone received an alert from his Ring camera that motion was detected in his living room.
Yeah, I'm a bear. I want to come inside.
Brian used his phone to access the camera and was shocked to see a huge black bear inside his apartment.
Ooh, don't mind if I do.
The resident alerted his landlord and who was the property manager who happened to be nearby. Brian said he slowly walked up to the window where it had broken the screen and had gotten through and peeked in. He then saw the bear was sleeping on my bed.
So that is a case. I know you and I are
And
the
he's
same
still
one.
there.
Yeah. Adorable and deadly at the same time.
He started making loud noises, and the bear popped up and climbed back out and ran off. Brian discovered the bear had left behind.
By the way, I made love to your wife.
He had left behind a path of destruction, including throwing garbage all over the floor, smashing his TV, and shredding his bed linens as well.
And they can tear things up.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember this story out of the Black Lives Matter demonstrations in 2020, but a Queens man was convicted of attempted murder and other charges for chasing demonstrators with a bladed glove. Like Freddy Krueger.
I do remember this.
But even bigger than that.
I do remember this.
Frank Cavalluzzi, 57 years old, was captured on video yelling, "I will kill you," at a group of protesters while chasing them and waving a glove with serrated blades that he was wearing. He later tried to run them over with an SUV. Following the 2-week trial, Cavalluzzi was convicted of 9 counts of attempted murder in the second degree, 9 counts of attempted assault in the first degree, 7 counts of menacing in the second degree, criminal possession of a weapon as well.
And I do it again, bitch.
And reckless driving. He's going to be sentenced on October 13, faces up to 25 years in prison for each count of attempted murder.
I'm going to ask you to be lenient, bitch.
Hey, that's him pleading the court.
Your Honor,
Freddy
I'm going to
Krueger.
ask you to be lenient, bitch.
A video posted to TikTok on Monday has people concerned as it shows a spear that was thrown through the windshield of a San Antonio woman's vehicle. I mean, it's like a big spear with a huge knife blade on the end of it. In the video, the woman shows a black metal-tipped spear that crashed through her windshield and is lodged into the steering wheel. The woman in the video said, "So yeah, guys, I almost died. Somebody threw a spear through my car tonight." The woman was not hurt, and the assault was unprovoked.
Isn't that an Elton John song?
I was thinking the same thing.
Which
Someone
one?
threw a spear through my window tonight?
No, that's
Somebody
where.
saved my life tonight.
Yeah,
No,
or
there's a
can
sequel.
you feel the love tonight?
Yeah.
Either one of those.
Yeah.
Can you feel the spear tonight?
So the woman, Siobhan Canales, confirmed that she didn't provoke anyone. She believes that it
At
was
least no one with a spear.
a random person on the side of the road. In a follow-up TikTok, she showed investigators removing the spear from the vehicle while wearing gloves, and an unidentified officer says you could have died. So there are no known persons of interest, but somebody's out there throwing spears around into cars.
Drive with your spear visor down.
Yeah. I'll stop that. All right, there. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. I'm going to mention this once again because we're doing it's a quick turnaround. Tomorrow and Monday, the Preston Steve Cooling Caravan with Duncan is headed out. So if you have an outdoor crew, if you guys are working in the outdoors, I know it's actually kind of pleasant today and tomorrow. But still, some iced coffee to start the day. It's fabulous.
You know, you start the day anyway with coffee, and to have them show up and bring their wonderful beverages, it'll be a nice thing.
So you can go to PrestonandSteve.com and get entered. We're going to pick a couple of places and stop by tomorrow morning and Monday morning and give you some refreshments to begin the day from Duncan. We'll take a break and we'll come back in just a moment. So stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I assume it's not a straight line.
No, to call a spirit bourbon.
Yes.
Part of the requirement was it had to be distilled in Kentucky.
All right.
There's another requirement. It has to be 51% corn, I believe. But now there are other. Now people are labeling bourbon, even though if it's not made in Kentucky. So they're actually there's a local bourbon. It's called Kinsey. And it's out of Philadelphia, I believe. Philadelphia, or at least Pennsylvania, and it's called bourbon. I had it's good. But anyhow, so Kentucky has a bourbon trail. So all of these distilleries, my dad and I went and visited the Maker's Mark distillery a few years back, which was really, really cool. And there's, Jim Beam and Wild Turkey and Woodford Reserve and just all of these different ones, Four Roses, Evan Williams. And you can go from distillery to distillery to distillery.
How hammered are you by the end of that?
Totally, because you get free samples while you're at them, and they can they do bus tours, so you don't have to drive. And they'll
It's okay, I got it.
My buddies and I, Rochelle and I, and another couple, were going to go do this about 2 years ago, and something came up, and we weren't able to do it because my dad and stepmom live in Lexington, and we could start right there and then work our way through the Bourbon Trail. But we didn't get to do it. It is still on my list of things to go do, but I have been there for part of it.
Yeah, so like Napa and Sonoma are similar. I mean, it is a it's a destination to go. Oh, first of all, it's beautiful up there, and you can go to San Francisco first. But you can do bus tours. But I mean, wine is a lot less potent than bourbon is, and you can really only do like 3 vineyards, and then you're good.
You're going to be wrecked.
Yeah, and at these, obviously you're taking just the small little samples,
half bottles
of the bourbon, just a half bottle. But anyhow, there have been more than in 2016 there were more than 1 million visitors who made stops at distilleries along the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. And the Kentucky Bourbon Trail Craft Tour. What is this music?
Welcome to the Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
I love this.
Oh, what fun we're going to have this afternoon.
Happy trails to you.
It's not really like a line. It's like you just wander to the left and to the right, and eventually you'll hit a bourbon place. I'll be your tour guide.
Kentucky Distillers Association President Eric
But
Gregory.
first I got to take a piss.
Eric Gregory says that it shows that people don't just want what's in the bottle, not the
I don't
Bible.
want what's in the Bible.
So they have a thirst for Kentucky's bourbon culture.
Now, here's where I can connect to this. I do not drink. Everyone knows that. I, however, am fascinated with the culture surrounding it.
Yeah,
when Mila Kunis talks about the way, what does she do for bourbon? Is it bourbon or what booze does she push?
Oh, Jim Beam.
I think she's Jim Beam.
Yeah.
Is it Jim Beam? That's
Talks
bourbon.
about the process and all that stuff. I'm like, I am fascinated by that.
It's pretty cool because you go into where they make, where they create it and distill it and and refine it, and it's really cool to see the process. And then they age it in all these barrels.
Right, and then the wood apparently can have like a residue in the wood that can also be part of
the water that they get right from that particular area or county. The minerals in that water have to do exactly with the flavor that comes out. So anyhow, so they said that it's way up right now. The Kentucky Bourbon Trail showcases 9 distilleries, and it was up 17% from 2015. So it's really cool. I'm going to go do that. I'm absolutely going to go be a part of that whole thing. So I should have brought that up earlier when we were talking about booze. I'm bringing it up now. So there.
It's your show. You can do what you want.
Yeah. Damn it. Antonio Banderas appears to be bouncing back. I did not know this, but he's doing well after being briefly hospitalized for chest pains.
I felt very bad in my chest.
In an interview with the Sun on Monday, Banderas, who is 56, said that...
I thought it was a heart attack, but I just had to fart.
That he was working from home in Surrey, England.
Ah, yes. Like a warm Barcelona evening. I miss my home of Barcelona.
Wait, so you just do that in case it again.
Like the streets of Barcelona.
Did you have to waft that up to your face?
It's what you call a Barcelona oven.
So...
You can see the streets now. And the little children's playing in the street.
And you know what? I wonder if people have to... I'll bet you people talk to us. Via their radio.
They're probably screaming, "No, you're wrong."
Most of the time.
That has to be the most common thing uttered at the radio when we're on. That information's incorrect.
Yeah. In fact, I had jotted down a note not that long ago. I think I have it right here. Yeah, why have you yelled at us?
Oh, really?
Yeah, see it right here?
Oh, I love that.
Why have you actually yelled out loud, audibly in your car at us? I don't know if I want to hear this or not.
I do.
Okay.
Do you think who ranks higher in the yelling department, lawyers or doctors?
Probably. Well, that's let's put it this way: anybody with a degree or even a basic level of intelligence is going to be absolutely irate listening to us.
It's funny because you get bits and pieces of information, and then you kind of put the rest. You make up the other puzzle pieces together, and it must be like A plus B must equal C. I think
every state has a Springfield.
Right.
But, and it sounds theoretically.
Well, I heard that somewhere.
But every now and then we venture into territory where we have absolutely no expertise in it at all, and obviously we have a wide range of people that listen to this show, and some people are experts.
Yeah.
And then when we start to tread into their waters, it's got to be infuriating.
But the truth of the matter is, part of the mechanics of the show is we enjoy having you set us straight.
Here, I have some examples. I yell when you pronounce towns in Massachusetts wrong.
Okay.
Mechanics, you're almost 100% wrong when you're talking about anything car related.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
My boyfriend and I pretty much only yell at Kathy.
Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Gadzooks?
Gadzooks.
I thought you were going to sing Hey, Hey, Paula for a second.
When do you yell at us?
What's that?
When do you yell at us, Kyle?
All right, yeah. So, no. Earlier in the show, a couple weeks ago, you guys.
There might be a gas leak in your house, Carl.
People are yelling right now. Right now.
At you, Kyle.
My cat's sleeping.
No. A couple weeks ago, you guys were talking about like bank robberies.
Yes.
You guys were talking about like it's funny. People are calling in about like super crazy. I think they were calling about bank robberies. You guys want to know all the secrets about banking?
Yes, we did want to know all the secrets about banking.
All right, look, you know what? And I was listening at that, and like all like the tellers, everything, and I was hearing like TD tellers calling in about all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Honestly, they could lose their jobs over that. That is nuts. What they were telling you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, what show were you listening to?
No, he's right. We were talking about, for example, if a robbery takes place, what are the tellers supposed to do? I think that's the conversation Kyle is referencing.
Yeah. So, Kyle, what's your background? Do you have an expertise in that? Are you a bank robber or what?
No, I'm not a bank robber. No, not a bank
There is
robber.
definitely a gas leak in your apartment.
There are people yelling at Kyle right now.
Open up a window now.
No, seriously, Steve.
Okay.
Steve,
We're losing him.
Oh, darn it.
We're not losing him. He's passing out.
The gas finally got him.
Breathe deep, Kyle.
Do you find him an attractive man, Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
He's attractive. I don't know if he would be on my list.
Do you like the attitude?
Do I like his
Do you
attitude?
like his sort of freestyle, loose cannon, happy-go-lucky?
I mean, I like him.
Snarky.
Yeah, no, I do. I like him, but I just don't know if I created this list, if I would have put him on it.
Okay.
He is a guy that has matured well because he
Yeah.
was kind of goofy looking.
He was.
In his teen days and early 20s when he started in the films, and he definitely had chops. He had acting chops. You could tell early on.
Early on, yeah.
But he had a goofy look about him, but he's stayed in good shape, and he got the big gap between his teeth taken care of, and he's a good looking fella. He did.
Yeah.
If you go back to
Weird Science.
Weird Science.
Is Tony Stark.
Totally. He had a huge gap between his teeth.
I've just invented a repulsor ray. Holy cow! It worked. Tornation, it works.
Good Lord.
I'm gonna be an Iron Man. A man what's made of iron.
Number 3 is Denzel Washington.
I want to hear more Dumb Iron Man.
I know.
I'm gonna fire. It's cold up here. Gotta remember not to fly too high.
God.
Because my parts all got all froze up.
Denzel Washington. We are getting ready for the festivities, so let us now go live to a small area of the WMMR parking lot known as Knob Gobbler, Pennsylvania, where our own Nick McWayne and Catherine Romano anxiously await the appearance of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, our slobnosticator.
So we're here to observe a ritual as old as late yesterday afternoon when we first thought about it, and I'm so excited that we're here to observe that ritual.
Yeah.
The arrival of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, and his prediction for a longer or shorter winter. That's what we're here for today, Nick.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can tell or see from the video feed, but it does appear that there's a little bit of rustling going on inside this POS.
Is there a way that we can kind of listen in and see?
Let me put
All
the
right.
microphone up to
Let's
the
see.
door.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear anything.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Can't get it open.
Who the hell's out there? For Christ's sake. Can't a man take a piss? This morning boner's so friggin' hard to piss in the morning. Give me a double beer, for Christ's sake.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear the rustling?
Amazing.
He's just starting to stir.
Give me that damn beer.
Saying something.
Tell everybody, I think we're going to be in for another 6 more months of winter.
Oh, you should smell it from down here, guys.
Can you see him in there?
No, I can't.
really.
All I can hear is some rustling going on. I can't see anything yet, Steve. It's not very well lit inside.
Who's he talking to?
That hooker
I don't
forgot
think
her
anybody,
damn
Casey. I think he's talking to himself.
I heard something about a hooker.
Yeah, he's attempting to. It seems like he's almost attempting to read lines I wrote for him, but not being able to do it. He's almost missing every single line.
That is shocking.
What was her name? I knew it. That damn hooker left her glass eye here again. Darn it. Preston, you got to help me out here, man. Personal best, I had 16 friggin' skid marks in my underwear.
Okay, all right. This is exciting. This is magical.
It's just beautiful.
Okay,
Magical. Yeah.
Magical.
So, Kathy's going to knock 3 times on the door. Knock 3 times on the door. Wait.
Hello.
Okay. And now the moment we've all been waiting for a good 5 or 6 minutes. Hear ye, on this, the 2nd of February, in the year our Lord 2017, our ground slob Gary Lauer, working his way out of the RV, drinking a beer, terrified of the sun. Beer cans and bottles aplenty.
I need help. We need help.
There's a bottle of Admiral Nelson's rum. We could not afford Captain Morgan's, but
I
we
wish
do
we could
have
another groundhog here I could share my time with. You know?
Yeah, sure, whatever that was.
All right.
He's got toilet paper draped out of his robe.
He's wearing a robe.
Is there a hole out of his bed?
Is his
I think
jam?
there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter, children. boys and girls of all ages.
Well, we haven't asked you if you saw your shot.
Well, you heard it here. 6 more weeks.
Oh my God! He's walking around. He's absolutely aimless. He's going to the back of the RV.
WMMR.
All right, Nick wants to mention something here.
Yeah, so a week from tonight, I'm flying out to Seattle, and I'm going back to the Gorge, which is in Washington State. It's about like 2.5 hours east of Seattle to see this band, the Dave Matthews Band. I wrote an article and posted a little bit of history about it up on PrestonandSteve.com, WMMR.com. But what I really would like to do is have MMR listeners, Philly listeners, gather out there. We're there for 3 days. We're camping. We're in a nice spot, and I just want to hang out with people who are there for the same reason that I'm there.
Because you know they're going to be there.
They're going to be there. I know there's a lot of MMR listeners. I know there's a lot of Preston and Steve listeners, and I know there's a lot of Philly people. So email me, message me on Instagram, whatever way you want to get in touch with me. But let me know where you're going to be, and let's touch base in between now and next Thursday or Friday.
Cool. All right, email nick@wmmr.com or on Instagram.
On Instagram, yeah, Nick McElwain1, and let me know where you're going to be because it's a cool spot, and I want to hang out with the Philly people when I'm out there.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
So that'd be cool. Take some great pictures.
Absolutely,
send them in,
yes.
Share with everybody.
It's so gorgeous. Yeah,
Nice.
I mean, no pun intended. The Gorge Amphitheater.
All right. You know what we have not done in a while is a little segment we like to call Survey Says. Over the past several weeks, I've collected some of the stupidest survey questions you've ever heard.
We get
and their
sent
responses.
these. Yeah, as a morning show, and I guarantee you, and just radio shows or just shows in general, there are services that want to get you to sign up for their stuff, and they'll send you things that they call conversation or topic starters, and they immediately, usually, would get balled up or thrown into the garbage or erased. But you said, you know what? Let's start delving into these now and then because they're so stupid.
Well, if I were to just throw one of these out there and say, hey, what do you think about this? It would be a waste of time. But if you collect a bunch of them and go through them, it's a little bit more fun.
And see their overwhelming stupidity, then you'll appreciate it.
All right. How about this first one? In a survey of 9,922 U.S. adults, if you were going on a trip for 6 nights, how many pairs of underwear would you pack for yourself?
12.
12.
12? Mm-hmm. Why 12?
Well, because she's incontinent.
In case you poop yourself.
I just crapped myself again, honey.
12 isn't even one of the accepted answers on here.
Well, I just doubled the number of nights that I'm staying there. So,
do you legitimately do that?
Yeah.
I don't.
I do too.
Wow.
Yeah.
I take one extra pair. That's it. If it's 6 days, I'm taking 7.
Well,
I mean, for me, like vacation, I am probably changing if I go to breakfast or if I work out in the morning, and then I'm going to rewear those obviously after you go to the pool or what? Yeah, or if if you go to the pool or whatever afterwards, I'm not putting that same pair back on, so I need a second pair for that day.
Did you say if I have breakfast?
Like if you go out, if I'm going to breakfast, I'm not wearing a bathing suit and I'm putting on clothes, I will put underwear on.
If you're eating breakfast,
I know that, but then. That's just one pair of underwear.
Correct. And then I'm going to go to the pool or do something during the day. I'm not going to put that same pair back on.
Okay.
When she goes out for dinner later on that night. And
Yeah.
Do you have a special pair of breakfast underwear?
It might be the color of what, matching the outfit I'm wearing.
I don't consider a pair of underwear dirty if I've only worn it for an hour.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
I'll do the full day, and then I'll have, I'll do. If I work out,
that's different.
That's
You've
different.
sweated into it.
Yeah.
But if I were to go to breakfast, come
with
back
your breakfast underwear,
and then change into my bikini and go to the
Your stuff is external,
and
pal.
then
that's what I was going to say, Kath.
And then come back, I would be fine. There's stuff that's
she's saying
external.
a lot of stuff rides up her ass.
Yeah.
All of our stuff is external.
Yeah,
Right,
and
that's what I said.
your undergarments are a little bit more intimate than
Correct.
our undergarments. Now,
Correct. Like the piece that goes up your ass.
All right, good point.
Is this the piece? Excuse me, ma'am. Is this the piece that technically wedges way up your butthole?
Yeah.
You mean the thong?
Yeah.
But I will.
I'll give you the results in a second.
Okay, but I will, like, if I'm going to mow the lawn or
Put on your lawn mowing underwear.
or like work out or something. I would wear dirty underwear for that.
How often do you go?
sure.
Just a side question. How often do you go commando?
Never.
Okay.
I will when going to work out.
Yeah.
To exercise.
Just shorts.
Here's what I will do. No, I will take the day before's underwear.
Yeah.
Slip them on real quick. I'll go work out in that.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Already scarred.
Like the second I start sweating,
Already
I've gotten them
putrid.
dirty.
I agree.
So it doesn't matter. And then I'll put on the underwear that I had on before that and get the rest of the day out.
So I have a specific
Saving on
drawer
laundry.
that is set for my worn but not technically
Dirty.
sweated up.
Okay.
And then I'll apply that to the workout. I think we think in the same way.
I work out in a bathing suit.
Not your breakfast underwear?
Yeah, no. I have my bathing suits have like those spandex jammers in them, and I run in them, I hike in them, and I work out in them. They're
thought of a promotional item, Kathy's breakfast panties.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
And you know what? Yeah. And you could have little pockets on the side for pads of butter.
Kathy's breakfast panties.
How much would you pay for Kathy's worn breakfast panties?
Well, that's a different story. So here we go. Here's the result. The results of the survey. The number one answer was people would pack 6 pairs of underwear for a 6-night trip, and 22% of the respondents said that. Second place was 7 pairs of underwear at
Lucky
19%. Third place was 8 pairs of underwear at 17%. And then you had, following in that was 10 pairs at 5% saying that. And then also 10% would say, or 5% would say 5. And then coming on last was 10 pairs of underwear. So 9% of respondents.
By the way, when you're traveling and you're minimizing your travel load, a lot of times you can just get underwear there wherever you are, unless you're in the middle of nowhere.
I was going to say underwear doesn't take up that much space.
Right.
So if you're trying to save space, underwear is not where I'm going to take, to make space. I'm not taking that.
I always
out.
travel with a canned ham.
I did have one vacation where I forgot underwear, and I think that's what scarred me. Yeah, I think that's what scarred me is that I was in
it Nashville?
No, Steve. Truthfully, it was in Montauk, and Montauk is wonderful, but there's not big box stores. There's nothing, so there's nowhere you can go to buy a pack of underwear. So I literally went the entire week, and I just had to rewash the one pair that I had.
Wow,
worn there.
that must have been a nightmare.
I mean, there were days that I had nothing on. I
you
had
couldn't
to,
have
but
fashioned together seaweed.
Can you use a bikini bottom in a pinch? Like
yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I use them. I use them to apply butter to waffles.
Okay, that's different, but I haven't looked into it.
All right, so the number one answer was the same amount of days, is 6%. All right, survey said, in a survey of 36,434 U.S., adults, how do you feel about tomatoes?
How do you feel about tomatoes?
Do you love them, like them? Are you neutral? Do you dislike them, or do you hate
Preston,
them?
this was the series that followed Tell Me About White Chicks.
Yeah.
Right
it was
now,
a porn series.
I am excited about them, and I'll tell you why. Because
I know why.
Yeah?
You're growing them.
Yeah, and they have come to harvest, Steve, and so we grew basil this year, and it's for some reason, Preston, your tomatoes were a little riper sooner than ours were, because you were talking about it like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
I think we started earlier
Maybe.
than you.
Yeah, but the basil and the tomatoes are all ripe right now, and Steve, we're like almost every night or every other night we're having tomato mock salad, which
fresh
I love.
tomatoes.
Oh my God, it's a delightful treat for dinner time.
What are the choices? Are there?
So you love them, like them, neutral, dislike them, or hate them?
I'm neutral.
Okay.
I if I get them on a salad, I usually will eat around them, but I will eat it if I get like a mozzarella and tomato salad. I'll eat a few of them.
Aren't you allergic to them?
Yeah. So
nightshades.
So usually, yep.
That's why all the underwear.
Usually, if they're raw, I'm okay, but it's when it's like cooked into pizza sauce and stuff like that. I don't know if it has something to do with the seeds being cooked or the paste that sometimes they use, like on chicken parmesan, things like that bother me.
Interesting.
But I guess maybe that could go into, because I never, even when I was younger, I never really loved tomatoes.
Yeah, I hated them when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And my family all loved them, and it was weird because I was the only one that didn't like it.
You're
now
not our son.
And now I love them. I can grab, especially the cherry tomatoes that we've been doing.
Wow, dude,
they're the worst.
We know how Casey feels.
I've never heard a reaction
It's
like
like
that out of him before.
I
It
would have
actually-
expected a more subdued reaction if you offered him child pornography.
That almost
taste
kind of
horrible.
pissed me off, actually.
Yeah, I
but-
don't care. They taste horrible.
I like them.
Yeah.
Man, I've been popping them just like grapes, and the ones we've grown are so sweet and fantastic. that I love them.
They're absolutely fine. I like it. Is it technically caprese salad?
Oh, caprese?
Caprese.
Yeah.
With the
Mozzarella and basil and
God,
maybe
bruschetta.
maybe a little bit of balsamic drizzle on there.
Yeah.
Damn right.
So Casey, do you hate all tomatoes?
No, I hate with a passion cherry tomatoes.
No, you're kidding.
Yeah, no, I hate those. I don't know if.
But you're not saying you're a full-blown tomatist.
No, but
Why?
I think they taste terrible.
They taste different than regular tomatoes.
Yeah.
Is it the fact when you bite into a hole and it kind of explodes in your mouth?
No, it has nothing to do with texture or anything like that. It actually has. It has everything to do with the taste. I think they taste like vomit. But
wow.
regular tomatoes, I'm okay with them.
I think you might be having inferior tomatoes.
No.
Because
People are doing this with the salmon nonsense. I just don't. You're just not having salmon prepared for you properly.
Yeah.
No,
That's what happened with me.
Yeah, but even Wilson's brought salmon the other day, and I was like, I will give this a try. But I'm going to tell you, whatever you put on top or however you prepare the salmon doesn't take away the salmon flavor
I understand.
itself. Yeah, and so that's how I feel about cherry tomatoes.
My tastes have changed over the years. I was the same way about salmon. I was the same way about tomatoes. And I don't think it was the way it was prepared. I just think that it took time for your taste changed as you ate.
Look, here I'm drinking black coffee.
Yeah.
I hate the taste. I will hate the taste for all the days of my life. but it is what it is. So, I can understand that.
Of these over 35,000 people surveyed, number one was love them. 42% of the people surveyed love them.
The kids love them.
32% like. 15% are nooch. Keep it in nooch. And then 4% hate them and 6% dislike them.
So nooch to like for me.
Yeah.
Nooch.
Nooch to like, that's where you are?
Yeah.
I'm like to love. And especially if I'm at a grocery store and I see the really big misshapen ones, the ones that look all funky, like they got tumors on them and stuff.
You're going to be the regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Those are usually the juiciest, most tender, yummy of the lot.
Excuse me, where is your misshapen fruit?
Oh, man, they're the best. So, anyhow.
Now, technically, have we determined tomatoes fruit?
What?
Oh, yeah, they're fruit
it's a
because
fruit.
they come
Yeah.
from a flower.
Right.
Yep. All right. So there's that survey. Another one survey says.
No, wait, hang on a second.
Oh. All right. How about this? This is a simple one. Survey of 8,561 U.S. adults. They said, which would you prefer? Doing laundry less frequently but washing more clothes at a time? Or doing laundry more frequently but washing fewer clothes at a time? Or not sure?
You said balls.
This is a good one. I like
doing laundry less frequently but washing more clothes at a time, larger loads.
Bigger loads.
Or doing laundry more frequently but washing fewer clothes with smaller loads.
Who here's into big loads?
We're not sure.
I like doing more frequently smaller loads.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my preference.
I don't know. I fall in between. I do both. I think maybe I don't have time for it all, but I think maybe my preference would be the smaller loads.
More often, but smaller.
Yeah, because what gets me is the folding. It's not the putting in the washer or the dryer.
Yeah, me either.
It's the folding, and if it's smaller, it seems less of a task to complete, and you can do it quickly and be over with.
Putting that stuff away, I hate. I knew somebody on a different level who would never use her dishwasher because she didn't like putting dishes away out of the dishwasher. So she would hand wash everything.
And put them back immediately.
Rather than put them in the dishwasher and then have to it was the unloading the dishwasher part.
Or what you just do is take your clean stuff, just open up the dishwasher all the time. I'm taking my dish now.
Yeah, just use that as your cabinets.
I was just on vacation with my cousin. Same thing. She hates emptying the dishwasher so much that she doesn't use it. She hand washes everything, and she uses the dishwasher for storage.
Yeah.
So all of the kids' water bottles for sports are stored in the dishwasher.
Smart.
It's like
those things are tough to store.
It's like the bear.
That's actually pretty good.
And that's where she stores it.
The bear in his apartment. He's
in the oven.
Yeah,
keeps his jeans in there.
Yeah.
Could you clean an article of clothing in your dishwasher?
Yeah, I used to clean my hats in
Okay.
hats.
Oh, you've done hats.
Yep.
They say to put because the Crocs get dirty and you can't really scrub them clean. They say
In
to
the
put the kids'
dishwasher.
Crocs in the dishwasher.
What about your delicates?
I've put the hats on the top rack, Casey. Up where you put like glasses and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway, the survey results are 60% would like to do laundry less frequently, but the larger loads.
So if you hold back, you'll have a larger load.
I just hate when it takes up the whole weekend. Like when you haven't done it for the week, and then you're just, Kathy, like you said, like you're doing 3 or 4 loads, and I only live with 2 people most of the time, and occasionally my son. But like, you know, and he's a man, by the way. I finally have trained him to turn his underwear right side out, his socks right side out. Because
when putting them away?
Oh my, no, when taking them off, dirty clothes. And he would like ball up the socks and then throw them in the laundry basket. You have to put them in the laundry basket so that I can go right from laundry basket into the laundry.
You don't have to be.
I'm not undoing his dirty laundry.
Yeah, let me dig my hands into his nutsack.
Can you come over to my house and talk to Jace?
Wait, so you right side out things before you put them in the laundry?
Correct.
Before you put them in the
so
washer.
it's easier to fold when
no,
they come out.
I understand that. I don't do that because I don't feel like it. I feel like it's going to get tossed. It's going to get It's going to flip
turned, around while it's
inside out anyway.
Yeah. Inside out versus
Usually
right side in
not.
doesn't matter that much, except when it comes to like putting it away afterwards. It's when they're all balled up or like just disgusting and thrown right into the laundry. When I like going from laundry basket to laundry machine.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Washing machine.
Can you make ramen in a dishwasher?
Probably.
Yeah.
All right. You can't. You know what I have made? Salmon.
No kidding.
Dishwasher salmon. Yeah, there's a way to do that too. I read a recipe somewhere. It actually might have been. It might have been Tico Torres.
Oh my God!
Tico Torres from Bon Jovi.
I think it was him that did dishwater salmon, and I did it once, and it's novelty. It's not worth really doing.
You ever
but,
do,
but it works. You put it in a foil packet.
Do you ever do iron grilled cheeses?
No, like Benny and June.
Yeah.
No.
So it says, Connor called us up. It turns out you can indeed cook instant ramen in a dishwasher.
Okay.
There you go.
And Tico Torres has a recipe.
Yeah, I was right?
Yeah.
Dishwater salmon.
Man,
Anyway.
I want to talk to Tico Torres just about that.
We could. Let's see if we can track
He's
him
currently in
down.
the lab working on a cancer cure.
He actually did. He had a line of kids' clothing.
Yeah.
And
rock clothing.
strollers that were like
Rockstar Baby.
$1,200 or something ridiculous like that. I don't think he has it anymore. Get Tico on the line.
Yeah.
Marissa. Oh, Marissa's not here. Okay. So anyway, that's the laundry thing. Survey says we're moving on to another one. All right, how about this? All right, we just did a couple of food things.
Enough. As a connoisseur.
I'll move on. Oh, I will get to another food one in a moment. All right, here we go. In a survey of 13,701 U.S. adults, what was your biggest move you made as far as destinations go? Moving.
Like you from St. Louis to here?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I lived in L.A. for a stretch, but I knew that was temporary. So, and I drove across the country. For
You
that.
mean obviously when you're independent, not with a family, right? Are we assuming that's the case?
No, just in general. 'Cause,
Okay.
as a family, I moved. So yours would count.
California.
California, yeah, that's a big move. Mine would be St. Louis to here. Although when I was a kid, we did move St. Louis to South Carolina, which would be similar in distance. No, this would be further because it's up north and east. So I don't know.
Wait, Steve, were you born in California?
No, born in New York, but in third grade, for just under a year, we moved out to Thousand Oaks, California, and lived there for a while.
So here are the results of it. I'll just roll through it because a lot of people in this room have not moved.
Mine would have just been
far
from
away.
New York.
Yeah, as an adult, yeah.
Mine would have been from Delco.
The largest move, let's see, 37% said they moved to a different state, 24% a different city, same state, 20% their farthest move was in the same city, 11% said a different country.
Oh, wow.
And then 4% or 5% said they've never moved, and 4% said not sure.
Preston, when you moved here from St. Louis, did you do it all in one shot? Like, did you pack up a U-Haul and drive from St. Louis here, or did it take a few times?
I drove here and half packed my apartment back home, and then my mom and sister came and did the rest of it for me.
Wow.
And the movers, they packed it up, and the movers came and picked it up,
and then they held on to it
because DRE paid for it. Paid for me to have it moved, which was really, really nice. Yeah. So.
I wonder though, because I do have friends that live in California, Florida, like all Indianapolis, and I wonder though, for those people that have moved away and they're happy there and they have their lives there and all that, but when they see, especially on social media, other things that are happening back where they came from, like, do they feel like they're missing out a little bit?
I think they are. Say if you move out to Indianapolis and you realize that if you had stayed here, you would have gotten Tico Torres' dishwasher.
I guess it depends on how much fun they're having where they are and with their friend.
And you also have new things,
groups.
though. You know, the funny thing is, Preston, and it's the way of it a lot of times. I remember coming down here years ago when you were at a DRE, and this when we first started working, we didn't see each other, and I'd drive into this town. I'd not heard of Manayunk, and I'd drive there, and I'd say, I remember driving there and going, who the hell would want to live here?
Yeah.
And then I was living there and loved it.
Yeah.
So it's just the way you perceive things.
The same group of people were asked, how many times in your life have you moved from one home to another?
Many times.
Now, I in advance of this, I did a tally of my own moves, and I have moved 11 times in my lifetime.
11 times.
Yeah,
11 times.
So I moved, while you guys are thinking about your own, I moved.
I was thinking of yours.
When I was a kid, I was born in Tennessee. I moved to St. Louis. Then we moved to South Carolina. Then we moved back to St. Louis.
Oh.
Then I moved out to my first apartment in Salem, Missouri. Then I moved to Jefferson City, Missouri. Then I moved back to St. Louis, and I moved out of that in my parents' house into an apartment. And I moved from that apartment to another apartment. Then I moved here, first in Bluebell, and then we moved to Glen Mills.
Yep.
And then ended up where we are now in Harleysville. So that's
Yeah.
11 times total.
Where were you? Coventry Crossing? Is that where you
Coventry
were?
Crossing. It's not called that anymore.
No, it's called Madison now.
How many
Mine's
times?
much easier. I was 4 times.
4 times?
Yeah.
All right. How about you, Case?
I
Any
moved.
idea?
So in Rutledge, I was on the 2nd floor. I moved up to the 3rd floor.
Sure, that's one.
And then I stayed up there. No, I mean
one home to another.
One home to another. And college doesn't count. So
College doesn't count.
Well, I mean, because I went to college, and so technically I moved there and then moved
You
back.
could count it as like one if you lived in a bunch of different houses. Like count that as one move.
Are we talking all? Your
apartments, everything,
and
all that.
entire family life.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 12.
How many times in your life have you moved? It says, yeah. So all right.
I got 4. From Rutledge to Conchie to Broomall,
Also-
and Broomall to Broomall.
For a brief period when I was 2, Baltimore.
Okay.
Really?
Yep.
Hang on, Anthony. This is ridiculous. Hi, Anthony. You're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning.
Good morning to see you. All right. So you've moved how many times in the last 2 years?
No, 1 year, about 14 months, 15 months.
Now-
I'm going on my 7th time.
Is it the manhunt that is making you move so
Wait a minute.
much?
So you moved 14 times in 1 year?
No. 7 times in 14 months.
14 months.
7 times in 14 months.
So just over a year, you moved 7 times.
Wow.
And we're moving again within the next 2 months to South Carolina. We're looking right now.
Did you have a major life change or something?
No, we moved out of Long Island.
Just a squatter.
Lake George.
Yeah.
And we bought a house. My grandmother had passed away, so we moved again. And then when we found the house that we had bought, the contractor pretty much scammed us over. Long story there. And we ended up just couldn't find the right place after that. We just kept
Bounced
renting.
around.
Dude, do you ever unpack?
Yeah.
Why? Why would you do that? No, man. I was expecting you to say you're like a military guy or whatever, the sales or your specialty, or you just have weird circumstances that are causing you to have to move all this.
Yeah, it's just one thing after another. I turned around to my wife and I was like, maybe I should buy a U-Haul truck next.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just call me. That's crazy, Anthony. Is this last one? Is this going to be it, you think?
I hope so.
Okay, all right.
It's exhausting.
Well, hang in there, buddy.
The FBI's at the door. Go answer it.
All right, we'll see you, Anthony. Thanks for checking in, bud.
Jinx.
I think I am 14 or 15, if I've counted correctly.
Wow.
But for me, 4 or 5 of those were like post-divorce because I was moving with my ex-wife, and then I moved with my parents, and then an apartment, and then another apartment. But I lived in L.A. I lived in outside of D.C. for a stretch, and then a bunch of times around here.
Yeah. I lived a number of different places right on Long Island or in Long Island, depending on what you prefer. But yeah,
my parents were in the same house for 30 years, which I always admired. Like they moved to a house in Paoli, which is where I grew up and my brothers grew up. And just the fact that they had that same house for the family for 30 years was, I don't know, it was endearing.
It's a wild thing. My sister-in-law, except for 1 year, has lived her entire life in the same house
because she bought it from
her parents.
Yeah, my parents bought from their parents as well, and that's eventually one of the reasons why they moved. My mom was like, I had great memories here. I'm done with it. Like at this point, I need to go somewhere else.
Somewhere else. Get in a different
across the
environment
street
for a little while.
My sister-in-law and brother did a similar thing, Steve. They bought the house from her grandparents, and so now she is living with her kids in the place where she lived when she was a kid.
But Steve, even across the street, it would still be. It's amazing what a different internal environment.
Just
can
the
do.
view.
Yeah.
And the thing is, when you move into a house, or when you're considering a house, and I'll say this to you, the prospective home buyer right now. The thing you like, I in a house that we're in that I adore now, I was thinking, I don't know, could I live here with? There's this traffic goes by, and I don't even hear it. It doesn't impact me at all. But at the time, you don't, because it's not something, hopefully, you're not doing like 7 times in a year. And you forget your ability to adapt to your living circumstances.
So the most in this survey, if you're just tuning in, the survey says, and these are very stupid survey questions. This one asks, how many times in your life have you moved from one home to another? The number one answer at 43% was 1 to 5 times. The second answer was 25% was 6 to 10 times. The third after that was 11% at 11 to 15 times.
That's our category.
And then no times under 6%. And then after that was 16 to 20. More than 20 times was 6%, by the way. So there are some people like our caller that have bopped around all over the place.
Do they suggest what percentage of those people are familiar with Tico Torres' dishwasher?
No, there's no Tico Torres correlation in this particular one. All right, survey says... Where do dogs follow their owners?
Everywhere.
Of those who report their dogs follow them, 84% said to the kitchen, 76% said to the couch, and 75% said to the backyard.
Or if you have a cat, everywhere.
Listen, my dogs, they have to be near a human being.
Yeah.
Have to be around a human being.
When
That
everybody
means you're good human beings with your dogs.
Yeah. When everybody's in the house, who do they go to?
It depends. Bedtime, they go to Rochelle.
Okay.
If we're just kind of hanging about, they're kind of me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any of the
I'm
kids?
dog dad. Yeah, but if I'm around,
It's you.
They might try to call one of the dogs over and it'll come to me. I feel kind of bad about that.
Don't be. Lord it over them. They're leaving you.
Didn't you not really want them?
Yeah, see, that's what the thing. I didn't want another pet. We had our cats that we had for 20 plus years finally died, and I'm like, we're taking a break.
We're free.
We're taking a break from the responsibility of having to figure out what to do, and we want to go somewhere, and all the things that come along with pets. We want a nice little break. That lasts like 3 months. Yeah. We get 2 dogs. And then I become dog dad.
You're in love.
Yeah.
I'm
dude,
in
they play
absolute love
dead.
with them.
Kathy, he goes bang, and the dog goes...
They fall on the ground. Their tongue out. We've got them trained.
Yeah.
But it's nice when you're the one that the animals want to go to, isn't it?
It's nice.
Yeah.
It's so sweet.
We have so many animals that we can
Somebody
split. So
has-
at night, when Claire is home at night, I will get 3 or 4 on my bed. She'll get a couple on her bed. Chelsea would be with when we lost her over a year ago. But our dog, she would have been with Claire at night.
Oh, really?
But during the day, we would hike, and when Chelsea spent a lot of time with me. So you just split it up.
Yeah, my cats are me. They'll
Yeah,
one has to sit. The girl has to sit on top of me, like either on my lap. If I'm laying down, she's on my chest, and then the boy
They're keeping you in place. They don't want you to go.
Well, he won't sit on top of me, but he has to be by my feet somewhere, like kind of touching me, but not really.
Casey, is it Reggie that follows you everywhere?
They both do, but Reggie he situates himself where I cannot get past him. If I'm sitting on any piece of furniture, so he'll if I'm in the back room, he will place himself right at the doorway, so I have to step over him. Now, I have tried so many times to just sneak away.
You can't. It's on purpose.
I know.
There are great memes floating around about you even did it, pretending you're asleep.
Yeah.
And they come up and they just stare at you.
I just want to hey, listen, stay here. I'm just going to the refrigerator. I'm going to be back in 2 seconds.
Case, you remember the viral thing a while back where you hold the towel up and then and by a doorway and then you drop it and you scoot out of the way and you're gone? Have you pulled that on Reggie?
Not
or is
that.
he too
Reggie watches America's Funniest Home Videos, so he'd be onto it.
No, I play hide and seek with Reggie all the time, and
Right.
so what I have to do is
your mom
and my mom, but I have to distract him. He's really good at using his nose. Fozzie, on the other hand, he's like, he doesn't even know he has the sense of smell. Like he has no clue. But Reg, I'll hide in the bathtub and he'll come and find me. I love it.
Okay. All right. Well, of the survey, the most is 84% the kitchen. You're going to get to food, and they want to get some. But listen, we get followed into the bathroom, outside, inside, everywhere.
I literally at night I have to shimmy down under the covers because I have cats on both sides of me on the blanket, and that I have to leave bed the long way instead of just rolling out of bed. But that's if you're a pet person, you do it.
All right, we're doing survey says. Let's go back to food for a moment. All right, of the survey, they asked the question, what countries make the best types of meals?
What country makes? Are we saying what country has the best cuisine, or what country is more adept at preparing food?
Okay, it's types of meals. So, what would make the best dinner? What makes the best salads? What makes the best dessert? Snack food or lunch?
Okay.
So my current cuisine that I am most into is the Mediterranean. You know, we talked about salmon and oil and olives and leafy greens.
But you got to pick a country.
Italy.
Okay. Italy, what would you say for lunch, dinner, dessert, snacks?
So for dinner for the
salads?
Mediterranean, or even Greece, but if we're talking country per
country.
For each,
dinner.
All right,
Let's start with dinner.
All right, let's go with Italy.
Italy, what do you guys say?
Dinner, I think.
Yeah.
Well, it's a tie for me. It's between Italy and Mexico.
Yeah, I was going to say Mexico, too.
Yeah.
Or Japan, because I love sushi.
So Italian was number one or Italy for dinner. Now, hold on.
Wrong button.
This is all from the same
said a
thing.
balls.
Meet
For
the balls.
salads.
Oh.
Who makes the best salads? What country would you prefer or realize that they have make the best
I'm
salads?
going to say Italy again.
I'm going to go with the good old US of A.
Yeah.
Okay.
American Jack.
Yeah,
American
they
Jack.
put ham and cheese on your salad.
Yeah, right.
I'm going with the one. There's two of them on the answers. The Greek salad is the one I go for.
I love a Greek salad.
So Italy.
I love that too.
We're talking.
That's all right, boss.
That's all right, man. I completely hear what you're saying.
Italy and Greece are chosen as the top salad.
Caesar salad is
Twisting
Italian, right?
on my melon.
Caesar salad is Italian, yeah.
The one problem with Caesar salad is calorically, it's true to roof.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I don't think we're going for calorics here.
I know.
I think
That's
we're just
figuring
going for
into my
taste.
decision.
It's a salad, isn't it?
Yes. All right, and then how about desserts? Who makes the best dessert?
France.
What country?
I would say France for like snacks or breakfast. Snacks or breakfast.
Although the
for
best
dessert.
dessert I ever had is from England. It's that banoffee pie that I had.
Oh,
I dream about it.
Is that the one that you got the recipe from Robert Irvine?
Yeah. That's way too complicated for me to actually create.
Are we on this list? Is the United States on this list anywhere?
No.
I'm going to pick a dessert that would be, and I don't know if you would consider it a dessert, but I would have to pick the United States for the Toll House cookies.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of good inventions here.
I don't think that's a dessert.
No, they're talking. Yeah, like I'm gonna say.
snack.
It's like candy.
I'm gonna say Italy again.
Okay.
For what?
I mean, because you get
For a chocolate chip cookie.
no, dude, for tiramisu. Come on.
Tiramisu,
Cannolis
are overrated.
But you're a Tres Leches fan, too.
I know
Oh.
that's Mexican.
Yeah.
And that would be phenomenal. That's why I'm kind of torn. But and then flan, I think, is Mexican as well, which is fantastic.
What
they do make
country, let me ask you.
Let me ask you this.
What country invented pudding?
But I think that the answer is, well, I know that the answer is, and I'll say why, but French recipes for desserts are is considered the most because their pastries
But
are
I would
out of this world.
That's why I was sort of thinking like a snack or breakfast. Yeah.
You could have the pastry for breakfast.
I like a
wearing appropriate underwear.
Like a creme brulee or, chocolate cake out of France.
Creme brulee.
Yeah.
Eclair. So good.
Hold on a second. Ian has a little footnote here. Ian, good morning.
Good morning. All I did was get out of the shower.
Well done.
Hey, so this is kind of interesting. You wanted to share something about the Caesar salad.
The Caesar salad was not invented in Italy. It was invented in Tijuana, Mexico.
Get out of here. What?
Actually, I think someone recent. I think you,
know
might
what?
have actually
Yeah.
relayed that to us, Preston.
I may have because Nick pulled it up, and yes, it is out of Tijuana. And wow.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Tijuana.
Nice job, buddy. I appreciate it, Ian. It was in the early 20s by Caesar. We did talk about
We
it.
did.
By Caesar Cardini, an Italian chef who owned a restaurant in Tijuana. Now,
He was an Italian
he's
chef.
An Italian chef. Cardini. So therefore, if you're in a region, does it matter what your ethnical background is?
Like if you're an Italian chef in Mexico, is it Italian food? Or
What if
Mexican
you're a
food?
Swedish chef in North Korea?
Okay, well, hang on. Yeah. Was he born in Italy? Because if he was born in Italy
and then moved to Babylonia,
and then to Arizona, King Tut.
I would say if
you're born in Italy, then it's Italian.
He was employing Italian
sensibilities and
right?
recipes.
Does that make
and-
sense? In other
I mean,
words,
it's named after an Italian,
right?
Caesar. No, this guy is. I guess.
Yeah, he was born in Italy.
I don't
Caesar
know what
could-
I'm going to do. I'm an Italian living in Mexico. I'm going broke.
It's Italian.
Why don't you invent a salad?
There's a new cuisine that is becoming more and more popular, and that's Japanese Mexican, because there are a lot of Japanese fishermen who fish off the coast of Mexico, and so they employ like Mexican cuisine into traditional Japanese style. It's fan-freaking-tastic.
It's Jexican.
It's I guess, but I mean, it tastes really damn good.
Well, I went to. It's interesting the cultures that meld together to make food, kind of like Cajun food.
Yeah.
I was down in Florida recently, and I went to a Cuban restaurant and got this dish that was almost like a jambalaya, but it wasn't crazy spicy, and it was straight up Cuban, and it had to have been a mix of different cultures that came up with this because it was fantastic. But it was so much like jambalaya. But it was considered Cuban. It was interesting. So some of these can meld together.
Is that technically those are called fusion cuisines,
Yeah,
right?
I guess so.
It's supposed to be excellent for you health wise. South Korean.
Okay.
South Korean cuisine is supposed to be a very, very healthy cuisine.
I am interested because it's kind of entered into my world of like entertainment.
Licorice?
No. African cuisine, like Nigerian, yeah,
Really?
Ethiopian, yeah. And I just was watching something. Man, might have been
Ted
Lion.
Lasso?
Well, that because he has his restaurant. Sam has his restaurant. No, but there was
Well, while you're thinking about that, the best snack foods, according to this poll, Ethiopia.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Well,
I can't say I've ever had Ethiopian food. I don't know.
remember we were talking about sort of the gift collections that you can get, like that where they deliver you stuff, and it was
From
a
a
snack
region?
service. Yeah. And I remember Ethiopia was on that.
Now let's get a good recommendation. Sorry, Case. I want to get like a good Ethiopian restaurant. If people can
Snow
recommend,
caps.
No, if somebody can recommend one in and around our area, let me know.
It says like baked bread, pretzels, and things similar to that are their snack food.
See, I would think pretzels more German and Austrian and.
Is lunch in there at all, Press? Because that's
Yes.
that's what I gave to the good old United States of America. I mean, because we got hoagies. You know what I mean?
We're not on there.
And we know how to
I
use
know
them.
we should be.
It's they claimed Mexican dishes best for lunch. So maybe this was Americans that were
Okay.
Queried.
that were queried, and maybe they wanted to ask what other countries, but it doesn't say that specifically because there are some. I mean, American food is it's like a fusion of all kinds of other cultures. It's kind of hard to. We're not known like France and Italy are for. This is the home of this cuisine.
Do you know what's funny is that so like you
for Tex-Mex,
you go you've been to Italy, you've been to I assume you have, right? You've been to Italy. So if you were to have a pizza in Italy, you'd notice a dramatic difference.
Totally.
But in the countries where the food originated, or at least is associated with, a lot of those countries, and I think we were talking about this, they now really fancy the Americanized version of the food that they actually created.
Really?
Yes. And in a bizarre, you would think, why would you like ours when you have the authentic? But in a bizarre way, it's becoming popular.
Yeah. Hang on a second. Melissa lived in the Netherlands for a little while. Hi, Melissa. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you. All right. What do you want to comment about Dutch food?
Yeah. So the Netherlands or Holland. So they had. I lived there kind of over the holiday season and around Christmas, and when they have a little Christmas pop-up pop-up shops or whatever in the towns, they make this awesome street vendor kind of dessert called Oli Bolin. And it's as if like funnel cake, a donut, and a cinnamon bun had a threesome and a baby. And
Okay.
That sounds good.
All right, how do you spell this thing?
O-L-I-E, I think, and then B-O-L-L-E.
It's right behind you on the screen, Case. Or in front of you on the screen. They look really good.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that.
They look a little bit like...
Ole bolet. Ole bolet, ole bolet.
Ole bole, tin, 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 tin. Ole bole.
Ole bolet.
You were doing Guardians of the Galaxy, were you not?
No, I was doing Wooly Bully.
Oh, okay.
Ole bolet.
It looks like the Cajun, the Fat Tuesday.
The Fosnacht?
Yes.
Fosnacht or
beignets.
Or beignets. Yes.
Okay.
It looks good.
Melissa, was there anything else that you remember that was like that from the Netherlands or from Holland?
The other, it's just, I mean, it wasn't a dessert, but like they do the French fries and mayonnaise, which maybe sounds a little gross, but
No, it's good.
French fries and mayonnaise, I've had it. It's actually pretty good.
I used to do French fries and blue
Jules
cheese.
talks about that, or not Jules, but Vince Vega talks about that in Pulp Fiction. All right, thank you, Melissa. Appreciate it.
no worries.
See ya.
By the way, beignets, I'm not saying that they suck, but they are overrated. They're what if a donut didn't taste as good? That's a beignet.
Well, if you don't like the over-the-top sweetness of a donut, which
A beignet
sometimes donuts are too sweet for me. I like them
with
coffee.
With coffee with sugar and milk in it. That is a perfect pairing.
I agree. All right. Anyhow, so yeah,
I like that survey.
That was a good one.
That was a good survey.
All right, we need to break it. We
Yeah.
need to wrap it up.
All
So
right.
thank you.
What about a survey on when is the best time to take a break?
I would say now. And by the way, I have a whole stack of stupid stuff like this that we can eventually go through for survey says. All right. We are going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment, so make sure you stay put, my friend.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Come on over here.
There's a lot in there. Here, Gary.
All right, do the official thing, Nick, just to make sure.
Hello, boys and girls. Kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages. Kid of all ages.
Good morning, everyone.
Is that one of the lines you wrote, Steve? Kid of all ages.
I don't even recognize it, but yeah.
Gary,
Gary,
sir.
I have to actually ask you a question before you announce it, okay? That's how this works. Because this is tradition and a ritual going back to yesterday.
Absolutely.
Do you,
Absolutely.
or do you not, Gary Lauer, our ground slob, do you see your shadow?
Oh, I definitely see my shadow.
He sees the shadow. I mean,
it's in there.
How not at all anticlimactic.
Well, does that not mean 6 weeks more of winter?
yeah.
Yes,
Sadly.
and that's what he said.
Oh.
You could understand that?
Not
Wait,
really.
I
think
did.
it was written down.
I speak Gary, and I understood that. And yes, he said 6 more weeks. And Gary,
Gary looks like an
fisting.
Amber Alert in the making.
he sure does, Steve.
Unbelievable.
We have some more invites to our Painfully Single Mixer. It's coming up on Thursday, and we are headed to Maggie's Waterfront Cafe in Northeast Philly.
I think that's good. Everyone is very excited that it's going to be there, by the way. It's a great location for this. And this, of course, the most important mixer of the year.
The view is supposed to be beautiful and romantic, which is perfect for what we're doing. So let's take another 8 callers, 215-263. WMMR. Bill hates it when I do 10, so I'm going to do 8.
10's a weird number.
215.
It looks like a skinny guy standing next to a fat guy.
215-263 WMMR. If you're at least 21 and you can join us, it starts at 6 o'clock, so it's kind of a little bit early. You go straight from work and head on over. And first Butter Bud Light is complimentary, and we'll do the free happy hour buffet, and then hopefully we will hook you up with someone.
We're going to try, but as you said, and you've been saying many times, Preston, work with us.
10 callers now. All right.
No, 8.
Not
No,
10.
8.
No, we're doing 10.
We're doing 10?
Oh, no, we're doing 8.
We're doing 8? Come on.
I'm sorry. 8
Which
because
one is it?
It's 8 because Bill thinks 10 is a bad number. Finally, just one more story. Papa Roach has released an official performance video for the song Crooked Teeth. The track is taken from the band's upcoming 9th studio album. Hey, we got crooked teeth. Which is tentatively due out later in the year.
It's like the John Wick theme.
Papa Roach released Crooked Teeth as a single in late 2016, also incorporating the song into their live set. Okay, do you still have your Billy Bob teeth?
Oh, yes, I do.
As a matter of fact.
Yes, I do.
Because you could sing a little bit of the "We Got Crooked Teeth" song. It's got lint in it?
No, but how? Like, I'm so hillbilly that I just broke my crooked teeth.
All right, go ahead.
We got crooked teeth.
Look at the camera.
We got crooked teeth. I got a guitar.
It looks good. Yeah. Sing it.
All right, write it.
All
Yeah.
right, how it goes, right? So right here. We got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. We got crooked teeth. That's it.
I love it. I love it.
Do crooked teeth again.
So we have a couple of guests in our studio, and we might be adding a third in a little while here. I hope you have had a chance to see the teaser for the show Crashing, which is going to debut on HBO on February 19th. It's the world of stand-up comedians, and we'll get into the more details of that. But there's a show tonight. These guys are going to be at the Trocadero, and we want to welcome to our studio two gentlemen. First of all, welcome Pete Holmes to the program.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Star of Crashing. And we'd like to welcome our great benefactor of the Camp Out for Hunger for years, the one and only Judd Apatow.
You guys have cost me so much money.
But you've done a good thing, man.
You know? And the great Artie Lang is here. I haven't seen you in so long. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
They're doing their pleasantries.
Yes.
Artie's making his way over. We'll set him up on this.
Sorry, this is better television than radio. Artie just walked in.
He stole a cup from the hotel, it looks like.
Get everybody set in place here. That's very cool.
You got to put a chain on that like a pen at the bank.
Wow.
How you doing, Artie?
All right, how you doing?
The show, we were looking at the trailer. We love the concept, and this is actually sort of, Pete, this is your sort of a paraphrasing of your life
Oh,
experience.
I thought you were going to say this was your baby. I was like, I've always wanted a baby. Yeah, it's a fictionalization. It's what Jed is so good at is taking something that's true. You know, I was religious. I did get married very young. My wife did leave me for a very small man named Rocco.
He legitimately was named Rocco.
Yeah, she left me for a boxer named Rocky.
Rocco.
That is
Boxer,
real.
wait, that's a detail I never heard.
And here we are in Philly. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. But the show is much funnier. That's what Jed. You know, we talked about what actually happened. The emotion we got correct, but then Jed is like, a real divorce isn't fun or funny or eventful.
But you know what?
There's a lot of sleeping and masturbating.
Of course, yeah, but that can be said of any lifestyle.
All right, so I gotta ask about this guy because
What's my excuse? I'm still doing that. It's been a decade.
there's a little detail that I saw in the trailer, and it's when you come in and you realize that your wife is sleeping with another man, and he has tattooed on his chest the L from Laverne and Shirley. Oh my God!
I know.
I had to pause it to make sure that was legitimately.
I wish we could take credit for that.
Oh.
That is the dude's real. That's George
Seriously?
Basil.
Are you
That's
kidding?
his real tattoo.
Jesus.
He's a friend of mine. He's hilarious. Because the character's name is Leaf. I thought he put the L on his chest to be
show.
funny in the audition.
Wow.
And he was like, "No, that's my daughter's name. Starts with an L." And I was like, "All right, well, everyone's going to be making fun of you on the radio."
Oh, well, it's funny because we like to go behind the curtain on stand-up comedy and all of that. And this, Judd, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is catching the process in the open mic stages, which is almost never explored. But it's when a comedian who's finding themselves is the most vulnerable.
Yeah,
and you're vulnerable in your own personal experience to begin with because of finding the Laverne and Shirley guy.
How dare you?
And then you're trying to you're starting out in comedy. My question is, you're a hilarious comedian. How did you retrain yourself to appear that you're in your embryonic stages?
Comedy is so hard. It's so easy to revert right back to the beginning, I feel. But Jed, you would have us do the same material more than once for the same audience, which would manufacture.
Okay.
We would just bore the people who were watching us tape. So I would just say, Pete, do your act. And he's like, well, how do I bomb? I'm like, just do it and then do it again. And by the third time, they're just going to naturally not like you.
They hate you. They're so mad. So I would do bits that I've written recently and bits. It was nice to do jokes that I wrote in my early stages as well. But I like origin stories. You know what I mean? Like when I want to see how Batman becomes Batman, because there's more risk that he's going to get beat up. There's more stakes. You're more worried for him. And Judd and I were excited that there hasn't really been a show about a comedian becoming good instead of just already being great.
And Artie, so you have, from what I see, you have him on your podcast.
Right.
Is that legitimately your podcast, or is this just made up for the show?
No, it's people I could never get in real life on the podcast. I've known Sarah Silverman for like 30 years. I can't get her on the phone. But so it was fun for me to get to have Pete and Sarah there, and then we have my real producer of my podcast came in, which was a great detail that I guess was not necessary, but
no, we like to do that. We wanted to get some of the real people.
Oh, I loved it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I love telling him not to speak.
If you talk, we owe you $1,000. Please be quiet.
He's in Chicago. He's got a rare thing, an effeminate Chicago accent, which is rare. Like, it's usually Mike
It's almost
Ditka,
impossible.
but he's like, listen, guys, I've got to go to the Bears game, and I've got Bears tickets, and and he doesn't drink, but sometimes I think he likes to get out of doing me favors to tell me he drinks, and he goes, I'm hammered. And he lives with me, so he weaseled that, and it was like Felix. He told me he was going to leave in 2 months, and then so he just does everything for me now.
There you go.
And they put him on the show, which was really cool. I mean, he was very excited about that.
As you're coming up as a stand-up comic, I love stand-up comedy. I've always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but I realize how hard it is, and I'm not brave enough to get up on a stage and do that. But as you're doing this and you're doing open mics, and you have this vision of who you are, but that's not necessarily who you really are. Like you are who you think you are, and how you're perceived by your audience. So where do those two meet? And where does the success come from?
Well, I think that's one of the interesting things we're exploring on the show is the role of failure and like a lot of pain and crappy experiences, kind of refining comedians into funny people. Because when you start, you're absolutely right. And the material you're doing is very bad and light and jokes that anybody could do. But the great thing about stand-up is it's so painful, you have to get better or you'll just keep getting hit in the nuts. Can you say nuts?
Yes, absolutely.
We have a nice relationship with Mike Birbiglia, and
what I should have said was nothing.
That was so good. And you were in Don't Think Twice, and Judd, you have a relationship with Mike as well, obviously.
He was a consultant on the show.
Okay, yeah. So that
you look like Mike Birbiglia.
I do?
A little bit.
Wow, that's a compliment.
I just think whoever you're talking about, you look like that.
I'll take it as a compliment because he's talented. But I loved Don't Think Twice, and I loved it because of what it seems to me is sort of mirrored in this show. There's you pay attention to the art of the craft, and we're all fans of that. So how do you do that without getting too far away from actually being funny and entertaining?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think we might have failed.
It doesn't look that way.
Well, it's about suffering. I mean, it's something about, it's a weird profession because you have to do it in front of people while you suck.
Right.
Yes.
Like, that's a bizarre part of it. Yeah. And so if you're trying to make money and you desperately need to pay for your bills, and it's hard to get anyone to pay you when you're bad at it. So it's strange.
Hookers do that, too. It's really on the professional. They learn on the job.
The hooker open mic scene is brutal. Don't do it. It sounds great. It's like a free haircut.
I think that's what you said. Well, it's good to have Judd because you trust somebody. Like he knows how to get it right. So if you figure you just throw a bunch of stuff out there, and he'll know what he's doing in the editing room.
That's true.
If not, it's like I'm clearly the bad luck charm in his career.
Well, don't you have to be
on Howard? If the ratings book came out and he was number 7, I'd be like, he'd look around the room and go, "What's different?" What's the reason we suck now?
Well, that's actually true. One of the great scenes in the pilot, and a big reason why I think we got picked up, was this amazing scene that Artie did, that Judd directed in the pizza place, where the film we shot on film, so you only have 15 minutes per reel, and Judd just yelled out like, Artie, talk about what you would warn a new comedian about. And Mr. Lang here, I'm a mess and I can't, it kills it. Consummate professional, destroys the reel. Everyone applauds, like Nick Nolte doing an amazing monologue. People are wiping tears. Someone got pregnant. It was amazing. But that's Judd's genius, knowing this is we cast a real guy with real stories, and we just let him talk to a real version of me.
I got to say, Artie, I read your book, Crash and Burn. And man, oh man, that is a powerful ass book. Your ability also to be as candid and entertaining at the same time, I think, is the skill set that makes you just such a great comedian. Because, there's a lot of soul bearing in that. And it's the Game of Thrones with heroin. You know, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing.
And fewer breasts.
Only mine.
I'll say this though, I think you have a real solid dramatic capability. I know you're a Godfather savant. Why haven't you been? Does that entice you at all? The idea of perhaps dramatic acting, because I think you possess that ability.
I've done it before, where people cast me and stuff, where they just say, I know you can do this. Like a director will say, I know you can do this. Don't worry about this. Guy cast me in a movie called The Fourth Floor.
Yeah,
in like 1998. And I told my agent, the guy had seen me on Man TV, and he said, "No, I know Artie can do this." I was playing the murderer in this movie, and opposite Juliette Lewis and William Hurt.
Right.
And I said, "Listen, I can't go to the Yankee Padre World Series if I take this part." And it was being shot in Nova Scotia. And I said, "So I'm going to have like 30 grand on something I'm not watching on television, and it's my team." So
you're Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting if he didn't meet his wife. I don't have to go see About a Girl. That's the riff of the year, I think.
I'm more like Goodwill Forte. I'm trying to think of a will.
Goodwill Forte.
So he agreed to let me do it. I agreed to do it.
Oh, you did do it.
I did do it. It's called The Fourth Floor, and the director was wrong. Yeah. No, I think it was. I did a good job, but it's so funny. Juliette Lewis and me have scenes together the whole time, and I was used to acting with people like Norm Macdonald, comedians who were trying to act. And in the first scene, I'm supposed to yell at her, and I yell, and she goes, ugh. And then I thought I really scared her, so I went, "Whoa, I'm sorry." And the director said, "No, she's acting." And I genuinely thought, but she was so sweet and got me through it, and I think I did all right, but I don't know. I would love to try that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, and
it depends on the material.
Yeah,
I don't think Marlon Brando would have been any better than the guy who played the skipper in
Alan Hale.
It's just crappy material.
Alan Hale in The Godfather.
All right, real quick, we're going to do City Beat. Before we do that, I want to throw a couple of plugs out there. I got a butt plug. I got butt plugs and sharts.
Wow, man, you're old, knotted up.
This is from Ken Myers, who is the deputy chief at the Dublin Volunteer Fire Company. And he said, this is super short notice, but we're having a recruiting night tonight at Neshaminy Brewing in Dublin, PA. Anyone living in the area can stop by and check out the trucks, meet the volunteers. Plus, if you live in the area and fill out an application, we'll buy you a beer.
That's nice.
So I appreciate it. Maybe you can give a butt plug. Either way, I will owe you a beer, he says.
Should we all sign up and have we can be a response team?
We can be volunteer.
The show?
Only us as an actual team
Right,
together.
we're like a unit.
Yeah, we would show up for what kind of emergencies, in particular
Radio emergencies.
Radio emergencies. We heard
like
you have a radio emergency here, and we'll be on the
Can't find a spot or something.
Yeah. We can fix that for you. All right, so Dublin Volunteer Fire Company, that is at Neshaminy Brewing tonight. It doesn't say what time. But there's your butt plug, brother. All right, here's the shout out. This is from Monica Foy. Says, I've been a faithful listener since 2004, and I'm turning 40 this weekend.
Whoa.
Nearly half my life has been included with Preston and Steve.
We'll have to call Ethan Embry again.
All right, now, here's what she's asking for, and she's not going to get it. She says, well, you'll see why. Okay. This is the one thing I'm asking for this year. Please, can we retire the Friday movies clip with the kazoo and the kids screaming at the end?
No, it's not a kazoo.
It's not going to happen.
It's not a kazoo, but it's just the kid just going doo-doo. It makes my ears bleed. Just play the regular recorder one. It's so much better. I hope you can consider my request and make me a happy birthday, girl. Thanks, and keep it in nooch.
This is going to be a sad year for you then.
That's Monica.
I can't believe that's what, like, there's so much other stuff that's done more often and is way more annoying.
That some people hate. I know.
What are you saying, Kat?
What she's saying is someone has her breakfast underwear on, and it's
Breakfast
in a
panties.
knot.
Breakfast panties.
I was now. This is that's a. Did we give him a shout out? Okay, thank you. One more shout out, and then a little note from someone that says, "Hey, my sister Jacqueline Hirlehi turned or is turning the big 5-5 on August 20th.
Wow!
Depending on when you read this, says in her honor, I'd like to request, and we're not going to do this either, a conversation about her between Jack Nicholson and Mel Gibson." If Nell, Frank Rizzo, Adam Sandler, and Bill Weston want to join in, that'd be great too.
Right.
All right.
But I think no.
We that has to be a whole week. We'll work on that.
Jack just spoke and said no.
Yeah,
So.
and we'll involve our sister stations as well.
Mel, I think, said no too. If
I'm pretty sure he did. Yeah.
Thank you.
But here's some facts about her. She gets sometimes she gets tie a delay.
Okay.
She often counts to 3, especially when journalists confront her while she's walking her dog. Quite frequently, she will speak gibberish, even at meals. She enjoys rose gardening. We are typically going to bury her one when she cooks. That's a Mel Gibson.
Yeah,
Remember,
that's a Mel
you
Gibson.
You belong in a
Absolutely.
freaking rose garden. We like to call her Annabelle, typically around Christmas time.
I love this.
The other day, I heard her say that she cannot handle the truth, and I think
Annabelle.
Mel Gibson is upset that she is leaving him to be with Bill Weston. She said, I know she sounds unstable, but she's my baby sister, and I love her anyway. Merci beaucoup, merci your face. That is from Felicia Catalano.
Liar, whore, and you know it.
So that's a birthday for you.
You know, we haven't done
She kind
it.
of got a request there.
She got everything.
She did. I figured it might happen.
We haven't done a harmonizing on the Merci Beaucoup
We have not.
in a while.
I don't want to force it.
Do you think you can do it?
I don't want to force it.
All right, you want to do it? Right.
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Merci beaucoup, merci your face.
That is possibly the best one you guys have ever done.
I was feeling it.
Yeah.
That is probably the best I've heard from you.
Let's not ruin it. Let's not ruin it. Let's just keep it where it is. Yeah.
I want to get a shirt that says "Merci beaucoup, merci your face." I think we need to in like cursive and like swirly cursive.
We've said a lot of dumb things in our days.
know.
I think "Merci beaucoup, merci your face" is a top 3 dumbest thing we've ever said on.
I
Yeah,
agree.
it says so much.
It does.
Okay, I got this email from Ann Godzilla? Gospodarek.
Oh, yeah. And she used to hate me, and now she makes me carrot cake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
Anyway.
so somebody turned around and now makes you carrot cake.
Listen to what she says, though. Not sure if you heard it, but Joel and Leah announced that they are done working together.
Leah just got married.
So these are our 2 English correspondents that do the YouTube channel where they take like American phrases that Brits don't understand, or vice versa, or food and things like that all have to do with American culture and British culture.
Generated a ton of content.
We love them to death, and apparently they've made the announcement that they are ending.
They just posted this.
So
Can we
need
hear
to,
it?
we
the
need
audio.
to find out about that from them.
They
That's
posted the
too bad.
video last night, and it just says announcement and thank you for 10 years. This was posted on their video channel 17 hours ago.
That's too bad.
Well, we should get them on at some point and find out. I assume they're going to go and do their own separate content. She is getting married, Case. You're right.
No, she is married.
She got married.
So she is.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
She's a knockout.
She is stunning. She is so pretty.
She's annoyingly pretty.
Yeah.
And he's a handsome dude.
But I don't stare at him.
Yeah.
She's gorgeous.
I do.
Look at
All right. Well, I was sad to hear that. So maybe that motivates us to get them on and find out what the hell happened.
But we
and
just,
what about us?
We just described the perfect type of response if we were that fire department, if we would respond.
That'd be a radio
to the,
emergency.
Right.
Yes, we would come and be on board for that. So, all right. City Beat. You guys mind if I walk the streets?
The city beats on your feet.
So, the Philly Pops. Remember the Philly Pops? Mm-hmm. They had to go away. They
don't like that.
Yeah, but there is an announcement that has been made. A small group of musicians have banded together to create a new group that will usher symphonic pops into the future. In May, the No Name Pops was formed. And so now it's a group of the musicians, and they have some dates coming up.
So are we talking about a near orchestra size, or are we talking a more...
I don't know how many it is. I don't know how many size.
I would tell you this. They could pad their numbers and have a cool selling point if they made it the Philly Pups and added puppies.
Oh my God. Yes.
The no-name Pops includes former musicians of the Philly Pops and various other cultural organizations throughout our community, reimagining the future of symphonic Pops performances in Philadelphia.
This is very sad. I don't like that this has happened.
Yeah, I don't know how it fizzled out. I guess I don't know if they
were looking for a venue.
So they are going to be playing the Kimmel Center on a couple of events. So actually, they're playing Saturday night at Parks Casino with Wayne Newton. I guess they're backing him up. I'm not sure.
That's pretty cool.
The first
I want to get Wayne on the show.
There's a full orchestra free show at South Street Head House Square, which is coming up on September 9th.
You know what I flirted with the notion too of going to an opera. Now that I know that they have translation, they have subtitles basically up on the screen.
Oh, I didn't know.
Remember
that.
we had the crew. We had the crew in here around when the Eagles were making the run, and they did the Eagles fight song. The opera group did. They were fantastic.
They were sensational. And then at that point, it was explained to me. And then I actually did see it in practice, Preston, when we were on our European trip. They do have the screens up so you can follow the story.
Did you go to one?
We went to the opera house in Budapest. And they have the arrangement for that, but they had the people come out and sing, and they were sort of translating what they were singing, which is very cool.
So you watched just a portion of a show?
It wasn't even in the main stage area. It was down but it was cool.
Nice.
Steve, along those lines, I would love for you to be able to go to this because it's two things that you do love. At Rocky, they're doing a screening of it at the Man with the live orchestra.
I love that.
And it's I've been to a bunch of those over the years. I just think it's totally up your alley. And
But that's
on,
a Baltimore orchestra.
I know. Okay, sometimes, most of the time, actually, it's a Philadelphia orchestra. Maybe they're booked somewhere else or whatever.
What's the greatest orchestra in the world?
A lot of people say the
Philadelphia.
Yeah, I think there's the
second?
London Symphony, I guess, gets it a lot. I don't know.
What about New York?
New York Philharmonic gets it a lot. Los Angeles as well.
You know what I notice is everybody knows where the Big Apple is, but nobody knows where Minneapolis is. Minneapolis. Damn it, I messed it up. I worked on that dad joke for 3 weeks. God damn it.
You killed it yourself. You could have kept going.
He realized he made a mistake.
Wait a minute. You didn't even care about the orchestras.
No.
You were just asking orchestra questions.
I just wanted to say Minneapolis.
Where everyone knows where the joke was, everyone knows where the Big Apple is, but no one knows where the mini apple is.
Do it again.
Was it one you created?
No.
Okay.
It ended up.
Have you ever made one up? A dad joke successfully?
We've done puns on the show.
Yeah,
I one yesterday, the butt quack one, but
that's a riff.
That is a riff.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Damn.
Yeah, that's
I'm so
very,
very sorry.
Come in for the real thing.
All right, anyway. There will be a full orchestra inaugural performance at the Kimmel Center. It's called Let's Groove Tonight, Motown and the Philly Sound. That's going to be on October 28th. And then they're going to be doing, is there
anything like an outgrowl instead of inaugural?
No.
I just did one.
Then in December, the 1st through the 23rd, they're doing a very Philly Christmas at the Kimmel Cultural Campus.
I bet you that would be sensational.
Yes.
Is it weird to already be into thinking about, I don't want to be thinking about Christmas right now, but I am, and Halloween.
No. Stop it.
I know.
No.
Stop.
It's Kathy's over here baking pumpkin bread.
I went out and saw all these. We were at a craft store, Michael's or whatever, the other day, and it's just nothing but Halloween stuff. And I'm like, man, summer is there's still some breath left in this whole.
It
lawn
really is.
For crying out
You've
loud,
got a number.
man.
Yes, and I agree, and I don't know why, but I think it's because I purchased some new Halloween decorations for my display. I'm so excited.
All right, City Beat. Other things. Want to make sure get to them. All right, Steve, you sent me this article. Should we still care about spotted lanternflies?
Yes.
In 2023, because I don't know about you guys, I've only seen like
a couple,
5 of them this year.
5, maybe.
Yeah,
you know where they are now? New York.
Oh, in New Jersey too.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was a week where we had them in our house, and they weren't bad. They certainly weren't as bad as they were a few years ago, but they were noticeable for a stretch, and now nothing.
So, according to this article, the simple answer is yes, you should still care about them. You should still kill them when you see one, but
Caring is killing.
Lone soldiers taking out swarms of them themselves aren't going to make a dent in the population. So, for them, a lot of it is under control.
Yes.
So, it's not completely under control, but it didn't turn out as bad as they thought it would because people got on top. Quarantining techniques used by the USDA and many state departments of agriculture to manage the outbreak on a large scale involve insecticides targeting large populations near high-risk transportation sites like Harrisburg's airport and Philadelphia's ports. While scientists and residents won't be able to fully rid the state of the bug, the good news is that its impact wasn't as severe as initially
No, they were really
expected.
saying it was going to be horrible. And what they did find out is that they're easily controlled by packs of rabid dogs.
Yeah. All right. So, are there advocates out there for the lanternfly?
I have not heard one.
Is PETA out there going, "Hey guys"?
This is the only time I can ever remember them instructing you to kill something.
Yeah. So when I was in the Grand Canyon, the invasive species in the river, in the Colorado River, is trout. This is not a dad joke. And so the guy that I was on the trip with caught a trout, and they are required to kill it right there on
like a
spot.
bullhead or whatever. Bullhead. There's a specific subspecies of trout, and they are invasive all over the West.
Okay.
And what they do
like
is
trout.
They, I like trout too, but they end up, essentially out eating other fish, and therefore the other fish suffer.
Ah, okay.
So they're eating out other fish.
Yep.
So
they're going down on other fish.
Yep.
What are those fish doing?
Based on feedback from growers, we're not hearing reports of damage in tree fruit. From the spotted lanternflies.
Well, tree fruit gets eaten by the tree fish.
It could have killed off the grapes and fruit trees and things like that, but apparently it wasn't as bad as they thought it was going to be.
Which one preceded the lantern?
Oh, the stink bugs.
Stink, that's it. We had a big stink bug incursion for a while. And now hardly any.
There was a week ago, we had like a housefly incursion, and it was for 3 or 4 days. They were all over the house, and now they're gone. It's not like we had an exterminator come out and get rid of them. But something must have caused it, and then something made it go away. And I have no idea how that happens.
We got to leave, boys. He's in radio.
Yeah.
So apparently, all this is to say that spotted lanternflies they're still a major issue to the agricultural industry in Pennsylvania, but the everyday person no longer needs to go out of their way to find and kill the insects.
Because you remember all those elaborate, as you said, the putting of the strips around the trees, and then it was inadvertently catching birds as well. And
For now, scientists are leading the charge and figuring out the next steps of lanternfly evolution in the U.S. But just like with plants in the agriculture business, your backyard garden should be okay even if spotted lanternflies show up. At most, they will put stress on your plants without killing them before it hops to another plant, and at least they might just be an eyesore if they are spread all
right, I'm going to link a couple of things that we've done today together and see if this makes sense to you. Could you now then claim a military discount at a store because you were part of the war on lanternflies?
Oh.
Do you have an
If you
idea?
killed a few or something like that, that's a good question.
So a lot of action.
One to ponder. All right, let's see what else we got. Did it be? All right, Philadelphia will make history this October with America's first ever parade and festival in honor of National Coming Out Day. And I'm not sure how to pronounce this. Galaise Pride 365 Initiative.
Not familiar.
It's spelled Galaei. Galay, I guess so. It is organizer of the largest June Gay Pride Month in Philadelphia history. Will present the brand new celebration called Our Fest, which stands for Our Uniting Resilience.
I wonder why National Coming Out Day is not in Pride Month.
That's a good question. I don't know. Not really sure.
Why does the phone ring when you're in the shower?
The parade will make its historic first steps out of Independence Mall at 5th and Market on Saturday, October 7th, and then head to the Philadelphia neighborhood with floats, marching bands, artists, performers, officials, community leaders, and much more. Plus, look for the historic largest rainbow pride flag in Pennsylvania's history to return. It is 200 feet long and requires 3 to 4 dozen volunteers minimum. Registration for the new parade is now open.
I mean, well, so I guess, I don't know if it's called National Armed Forces Month. That's May. And then Veterans Day is in November.
Okay.
So, I guess.
Let's split them up,
Yeah,
spread it out a little bit.
Yeah.
So, has anybody ever come out to you guys before?
Yes.
Okay.
And so it can be, obviously, and my son came out to me, it can be really, really scary. You know, you don't know how that person is going to react.
Well, because they've lived their entire lives in the closet and have essentially been a spy, to what people say when they don't know
that you're gay,
or you're around. And so the first person was my buddy from growing up, and we had already known. But so he came out, and then we had a nice long discussion about it, and there was just a lot of the colorful language that we used growing up that kept him hidden for such a long time, even though we were his friend. And when he did come out, we were like, yeah, we've known that you were gay since grade school, but it was just a scary thing for him to come out because he wasn't sure how he was going to be accepted.
Yeah, it can, listen, in the back of your mind, even if you're certain that the person you're going to share this information with is going to be okay with it, there's still something in the back there that goes, well, but they could, react a different way.
Exactly.
So I think it's cool that they're going to do this. And so, and a National Coming Out Day, I think, is a way to maybe also get you to muster up the courage. If I'm going to do it, I should do it right, and I should go ahead and do it today.
It took me a while to figure out what this meant, Preston, but I think it's GALA EI. Okay. But anyway, it stands for the Gay and Lesbian AIDS Education Initiative.
Did not know that.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay.
I thought it was a type of salad.
A Gala
Greek,
salad.
Yeah.
For information about Our Fest and how to sign up for the parade and the festival, you can visit nationalcomingout.org. So that will be a new event that is coming up. So I think that's cool. And I think that if you're afraid to do this, hopefully, I think that the people who really love you are going to love you no matter what. You know?
And I wear a rainbow bracelet that was actually made by missionary nuns in South America, but I do wear this so that gay and lesbian people, when they see it, they know I'm an ally. Do you know?
Unless
what I mean?
they think you're setting a trap.
Unless they think I'm setting a trap, but I will
You
take
could
my
be
chances.
the Admiral Akbar situation going on there.
No, I think that's cool.
Got one.
So this is going to be Saturday, October 7th. And the information, like I said, is available at nationalcomingout.org. I got a couple other things. City Beat, baby. I got a couple of Eagles things. You may have already known this. They made this announcement, I think, last week, but I didn't get a chance to get to it. But Eagles fans attending games, again, can ride SEPTA's Broad Street line for free after every game this year, beginning, it started with the last preseason game against the Browns. The free rides, sponsored by the online gambling platform Unibet, are intended to prevent people from drinking and driving. Eagles fans can board the subway at NRG Station for free from halftime until 2 hours after each game ends.
One of my favorite pieces of footage involves the, I think it was during the Eagles run-up.
Oh, dude.
The dude who ran into the pole.
Yes.
It was the best outside the train.
We had him on, right?
I
Did we talk to him?
I feel like we did.
For primetime games, the promotion lasts until the final train leaves the station. SEPTA's Broad Street line has a free connection to the Market Frankfurt line and several trolley routes between City Hall and 15th Street 15th Street stations. It also connects to multiple bus routes and is a short walk from Jefferson and suburban stations in Center City. Riders can hop on regional rails there. And
do they still offer discounts to turnstile jumpers?
Eagles fans coming from New Jersey can connect to Patco in Center City. No, but if you're coming out that day, you get a free ride.
Quick question: Have you ever? Have you used the trains around here a lot? Have you? Is there a time in which
not a lot?
Yeah,
No.
Just a handful of times.
Never.
I do all the time.
Really?
Yeah, just because it's convenient, especially if I'm going to have a drink or two and don't want to deal with Uber or whatever. But I mean, I live near train lines, Stephen, so that's why it's easy, And growing up, I could walk to the Paoli station.
Oh,
we would
man.
take it into the city all the time.
If I was near a station, hell yes, I would.
It's really convenient, and I've used it for sporting events, for concerts, whatever.
Yeah, I just never have. I should probably look into it more.
Yeah, for me, getting down to the stadiums is not as easy. I would have to be hopping all over the place. But with the proposed place, the Sixers Arena in Chinatown,
Yeah, that'll make it way easier.
there's an easier way for me to get there than there is for me to get to the stadiums.
You guys want to take bets on whether or not that's going to happen?
Well, now these architects are saying that it's a bad idea.
Here's the deal. There's tons and tons and tons of money behind this from all different people who have interest in it, and I think we're just doing the song and dance. Like, will it happen? Well, it's going to happen.
Well, for and against though, Steve, there's a lot of money pushing against. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who want to get it done who have a lot of money, but there are a lot of business interests that are opposing it who also have a lot of money.
It's true. I'm just curious. I think it's one of those things it just keeps, it's like Pacino, they keep pulling me back, and I think they're not going to let go until they get something.
There was a great plan for the ballpark in and around Chinatown, and it made a lot of sense.
Right.
It would have been a really cool location, and eventually the Phillies and the city just gave up on it because it was easier and then ultimately cheaper to build Citizens Bank Park. So, I know the Sixers ownership group wants a new arena. I totally understand that want and that.
I don't want
a marquee or whatever, but
I love what they did with the improvements. I mean, it looks fantastic over there.
If I were a betting man, I'm betting against it happening.
All right.
I think they were hoping more people would be on board because of the space it would take over. It's nothing. They haven't been able to bring it back for decades. And so I think they were hoping people would get behind it, but it's the surrounding businesses that are all against
Chinatown is impacted dramatically by it. So.
Very much so. All right, I got another story here. I meant to get to this one. God, I've been sitting on this for a week and a half, something like that. But the last time the battleship New Jersey was out of the water for maintenance was over 30 years ago in 1991, while it was still an active warship. So they're going to do that. They're going to dry dock it and they're going to refurbish it.
So what do? They back up a pickup truck with a trailer?
Yeah, drag it out. No. So the 3 critical tasks that must be accomplished in dry dock are cleaning and repainting the hull to prevent corrosion, repairing corrosion to the 132 blanks the Navy welded over the ship's through hull openings, and replacing the more than 1,304 anodes that make up a critical part of the ship's cathodic protection system to prevent the dissimilar metals that make up the ship's hull from wasting away.
Yeah, it's a lot involved. Well, they were doing that elaborate reconstruction on the actual top deck, all that stuff, which is pretty amazing. We got a piece of that.
Yeah, to take
to the World Series.
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Was it the World Series?
It was the World Super Bowl.
It was the World Super Bowl.
Super Bowl. It was the Super Bowl.
It was the Super Series.
Is it in
the World Bowl?
Did you leave it out there? You left it in Arizona?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't remember where I left it.
You set it on fire, right?
I did. I set it on fire.
Navy guidelines for maintaining inactive warships call for them to be dry docked for periodic underwater hull maintenance once every 20 years. The ship will be dry docked at the Philadelphia Navy Shipyard's Dry Dock Number 3, a site of massive importance to the battleship because it is where the ship was built.
Isn't that wild?
From 1940 to 1943 for World War II, and then reactivated in 1967.
It's coming home. You know what? I love that ship. I know you've been on it a number of times, Preston, as have I. When people come to town, they'll see it. Well, let's go over and check it out. It's a great tour. They do so many cool things over there.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I remember when it was parked on the Philadelphia side and we went and saw it. Or was that a submarine?
We took.
Did it go underwater? It was a submarine.
We got on someone's personal boat.
Yeah, and rode out
when they were towing it up the Delaware.
I just
and
remember,
rode out there.
I remember that.
I remember hanging over the front of the ship, and you could talk, and the sound waves would travel down the entire length of the boat.
I wasn't there for that. Okay. I don't know. Maybe
I don't remember. I do remember when we watched it being towed up the river, Preston. In fact, where we were, the people whose boat we were in were friends with with Bruce Willis' family.
Yeah, they had a relationship with Bruce Willis in one way or another. So they're gonna refurbish the battleship New Jersey.
I think that's awesome.
Yep, I think it's great. All right, I think we're gonna wrap up the City Beat at this point. So we thank you for being a part of this, my friend, my hep cat.
Cilantro.
We are gonna take a quick break and come back in a moment or two. We got more Bizarre File stories, and I think you shall enjoy. So I think you should stay there. Be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Your smart speaker can settle arguments. Tell you the world.
These are clothes?
Clothing, yes.
Okay, sartorial.
It's what she likes to eat at the food court.
Oh, okay, no. Frequently give fans a double take, generally for their stunning elegance, but some are wagging their fingers at the Duchess of Sussex for the skirt that she chose to wear on the final ever royal tour of New Zealand, Fiji, and so on.
It was a full cooter shot.
Well,
it was up above her waist.
No, it wasn't. She paired a stunning royal blue Givenchy sweater with a sheer blue pleated skirt. So there was some see-through to it.
Well, you know what? She has.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. But she has had a higher than they usually like the skirts worn with members of the royal family, but nothing outlandish. Whenever she's out, but she still looks elegant.
You can see the shape of her panties.
Yeah, I mean that's a little.
Does it matter
Yeah.
that there are sexy photos of her on the internet to the royal family? Do you think? Because when she did Suits and she did some modeling
There's a whole
stuff,
bunch of it.
Yeah,
and Nick, she had actually just done one prior to this whole
meeting Prince Harry.
Yes, and it's excellent.
And the whole family received a portfolio of all of this stuff and said, "Here's what we're dealing with."
She's a beautiful woman.
If you need me, I'm going to be reviewing these photographs in my chamber.
How long is that going to take?
Wappa. Fwap.
That's it.
The fappening.
Wappa.
By the
That's the
way,
royal family version of fap.
Why does this all have to rest on her shoulders? Like, why doesn't she have people looking at her going, "Yo, dude, I can see your panties"?
But she makes the final choice.
Yo, dude, I can see your panties.
By the way, Shake Shack, love their burgers, but I might as well eat them while I'm sitting on the toilet because that's how quickly they go through me.
Just for some particular reason?
Yeah.
Do you get the special sauce?
Dude, so...
He makes the special sauce.
I literally ate it one time, and I was driving home. I ate it by Helium. There's one right there.
Oh, no.
And I ate it.
Oh, no.
And I had to race... Oh my God! I'm trying to get home. I was trying to get home.
Yeah.
And it was late. It was probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night. I
can make it.
And by the time I got to about Route 1 on 76, I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it. So let me get to the radio station. Quick.
Oh.
Stat, right?
Yeah.
Got to the radio station. Couldn't make it to the fourth floor. I had to dump by outside next to the...
Dude, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did you take a dump?
You crapped outside of the building?
I had to.
How long ago was this?
This morning.
God.
Kathy,
I
it was either that or in my pants. What do I do?
Sometimes I don't know.
Right? So I had to do it next to the.
Couldn't you at least pick a competing station?
Yeah. Well, no.
I mean, and also just so open to tell the story. It's amazing.
Not right away. I had to wait a couple of years before the security footage was deleted. You know?
Hey,
Kath.
More FM's right over there.
Right.
Well,
Q102 is right down the street.
Q102 is down the street. He crapped there.
Oh my God.
The story does get a little bit better.
Funny.
How?
How could it?
Ow.
But could you have imagined had he been stopped at another radio station simply because it was an emergency?
Yes. Right.
Local broadcaster in a clear attempt.
Like a superintendent of a school.
Right, exactly.
Right?
He would have been raised to heroic levels here.
Now, how does the story get better?
Oh, man. I think I'm just going to end it there.
No. You started down the path.
Just say it quietly so we can't hear.
All right, I'll just whisper it.
They're not listening.
So,
Yeah.
So I had to
smeared it on someone's car.
I had to leave it there in the grass.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it with me.
Right.
Oh, you didn't want to take it with you?
No. I couldn't. So what
You
ended
take
up.
your dog for a walk.
So,
I left it there.
all right. So a little bit did end up in my underpants. So I had.
That was just like a bingo.
So I had to put. Luckily I had. Nobody can hear this, right?
Right, no,
All
we're good.
So luckily I had all these T-shirts in the back of my car.
Did you fashion a makeshift underwear?
I literally wore a pink T-shirt as underwear on the drive home. Oh no! It gets better. Okay, so then I'm on my way home and I'm thinking, there is like T-shirts and poop and all this stuff next to the building. All right, so I can't. Like if security goes and they see that on Monday, they're gonna go, well, who pooped here?
And look at security.
They're gonna look at security and they're gonna see me like all ashamed, crouching next to my car. So on Monday, I came back to work with a giant trash bag and I had to like collect it all.
Oh my God.
And then throw it in the dumpster.
So he cleaned his spot.
Yeah, I cleaned my spot.
hate you.
I hate me too, Kathy. When I got home,
And this was all because of what?
freaking Shake Shack.
Oh, Shake Shack.
No, not Five Guys. Don't you?
They're
talk bad about-
fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
Where in the building was it?
On the over
By
at
the loading docks. Well, you unloaded.
Yeah,
And
I had to go. What's that?
Why didn't you come inside?
He couldn't get in.
I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it.
Yeah.
I do. Believe me. I'm not. This is not a proud moment here, Kathy.
Though you would assume it could have been a proud moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you came back, and that's noble.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily noble. It was self-preservation.
The last thing you wanted is that footage to end up. But what's worse, the footage of you doing it or the footage of you collecting it back up in the bag?
They watched both, and they were like, okay, well, he came back and cleaned
You know, we'll erase this.
All right, so you should eat your hamburger upside down.
On the toilet.
That's what we got.
That's all. That's all I noticed. I didn't. There's
That's
it. I can't top that.
No, it ends there.
I will not be able
like
to.
a derailing train.
Right.
I see nobody heard that, right?
Nobody heard that. People magazine is named its 2018 sexiest man alive.
Yeah.
And it is Idris Elba.
Kathy?
The British actor says the honor has given him a boost of self-confidence.
What do you think? Are you an Idris Elba fan?
Pull up a picture.
Okay. You don't remember?
You don't know what he looks like?
No, I do, but like, let me just look at.
Let her drink him in.
I don't like. Is that the picture they use?
Let her take a sip of that chocolate.
Yeah,
milk.
that's from people.com.
I don't love the picture that they use. I wish they used a different picture, but yeah, no, he's good looking for sure.
He was surprised after being crowned this year's winner. I was like, come on, no way, really? He told the magazine.
You guys.
He said, look. Here, there's the cover picture.
Yeah, he's kind of like he's like Lovey.
Well, like Lovey from Gilligan's Island?
No, like not where you would look at some of them and be like, oh my God, he's so hot. Like this guy's like, he probably would give you a good hug.
Part of it is his voice and his demeanor. He is planning a wedding with his fiancée Sabrina Dahor. No.
Yeah, well, I don't
Sabrina
know.
Dahor?
Dower.
Dahore?
Dahore.
Oh, you mean Dahor?
Dahor. It's all the same letters.
Who are you marrying? Sabrina. Oh, Dahor?
Dhowre.
No, not Dahor.
If you move the W to the beginning or in between the D and H, it looks like Dahor.
No, it's Dahor.
Dahor? Dahore.
No.
Anyhow, the actor has
I'm not marrying a whore.
16-year-old daughter named Isan and a 4-year-old son named Winston. What a great name.
Yeah, I almost named my dog Winston.
From previous
Let him know.
relationships. Elba told people about his upbringing.
Yes, Idris. My name is Casey. I produce a show in the States. I almost named my dog Winston.
When you said let him know, I thought you were talking about let my dog know.
I did too. Come here, buddy.
Come here.
You're almost Winston.
Reggie, I almost
I'm a dog. I don't understand what you're saying.
We began Wigapalooza.
I'm very excited.
If you just tuned in, we talked about this a while back. What would Steve look like with a head of realistic human hair and not goofy looking wigs? Actual hair. We want to see what Steve would look like with a realistic looking hairstyle.
These wigs are usually fitted to people's heads, so Steve's got a bigger head. I actually thought his head was a little bit smaller than that.
Should we bring him in?
Yes.
All right, let's have Steve come in and see what the actual. Wow!
Oh my God!
You haven't seen it?
You haven't? Kathy's got to have a mirror.
Get the big mirror from the office.
Steve, you look better bald, man.
Casey, that does look good. You fixed the sides.
Yeah.
Do you know whose hair I immediately think of for some reason? Because
Oh, Jesus Christ.
he looks like Danny Briere's hair for some reason.
Wow,
am I not wrong about that?
That's absolutely
Briere,
right.
formerly of the Flyers.
No,
What? Who are you thinking of? Here, move your microphone over, Steve. So I can...
From Bachelor Party and
Adrian
Med.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey,
It's the profile that I like.
I guess you have to. Well, I look like a 60s pop star. Hey, everybody.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow.
This is one that's for the ladies.
Yeah.
It's what you call a panty dropper in the biz.
Yeah, Steve, we need a voice with that
That's right,
wig.
yeah.
What is that the voice?
I need it. Yeah, I think that's kind of the name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Or kind of the voice.
The back looks good too, like
Does
the
the
neckline.
back look good?
Yeah, the neckline.
Yeah, the back looks real.
Am I making you wet, baby?
Looks totally real. Somebody says you look like Paul McCartney. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody says Phil Mickelson or Ralph Macchio.
Well, a little Ralph Macchio.
A little bit.
The Karate Kid on Hard Times.
And by the way, you'll need.
Hey, Mr. Miyagi, how are you?
You'll need.
What the hell happened?
There you go. Yes, Steve's doing the dance moves. And we'll put.
I could walk you home.
Makes me feel fine. Oh, Steve. The hair. Oh my God.
Summer breeze.
Nice.
Makes me feel fine.
Oh, you've got to watch the webcam. Steve is singing directly to you.
I thought that was beautiful, actually. I have to go pleasure myself.
Hi,
I'm
Bree.
so turned on.
All right, well, let's bring him in and see what we have next.
All right.
Except Steve has been out of the studio when he gets. Okay. The color is better on this.
Yes.
I think
I like the dark.
Hey, I'll help.
You look like a stock boy a little
Right,
bit.
yeah. I'll get that for you, Mr. Jones. What do you want me to do with the canoe?
Just put it in the back. Put it in the back.
I'll move that around for you, Mr. Jones. Hey, can I take lunch now?
Every wig has to have a voice.
Right, yeah. Hey, how you doing?
Wow.
My name's Toby. This is a Toby, right?
Yeah,
That's a Toby.
Yeah.
Toby.
Is that
Hi,
what
my
it's
name's
called?
Toby.
Is that what it's called? Seriously?
No.
Oh.
It's the Toby.
Oh, no?
Yeah. It intermatches with the Kunta Kinte.
Well, what was the last one? What should that have been? That was the Danny?
That was the Danny or
Yeah.
the Ricky.
The Ricky.
I like the Ricky.
That was Ricky. With a song for you.
No, it's
Toby.
Toby. Hey,
Yeah.
Toby.
Hey, you need any yard work? You need help? Don, I'll do it. I'm 17.
Should we do a new wig next?
Yes, dude.
Yeah, we only have
Dr.
an
wig.
We only
hour.
have two more left. Let's bring him in. Let's do Steve's third wig.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we began a couple of animal stories to start with. A FedEx driver in Nebraska came face to face with a rattlesnake outside a homeowner's door while delivering a package, went above and beyond the call of duty earlier this month. So instead of dropping the package and running, he went to the homeowner's garage, picked up some choice tools, and killed the venomous snake.
Murdered the snake for the owners.
Ring doorbell.
That's our pet rattlesnake.
Camera footage shows the snake slithering toward the door and rattling its tail before the delivery man, Matt Hovier, had arrived.
Yes, I have a delivery.
The snake was a 36-inch prairie rattlesnake, and prairie rattlesnakes are the largest rattlesnakes found in the United States and can grow up to 5 feet long. Wow. Once Hovier saw the snake, he grabbed tools from the homeowner's garage and used them to kill it. Hovier then removed the snake's body and texted the homeowner, Christy Jones, and wrote, "I hope you didn't have a pet rattlesnake at your front door because I killed him."
I killed the dog, too.
And then he wrote, "Sorry about the blood, and I killed the dog, too."
And there was a little kid at the door. I killed him, too.
In a Facebook post, Jones said that FedEx should nominate Javier for Employee of the Year for killing the anaconda-sized rattler on a front step. Jones said in a post that her child had walked out the same door the snake was near 20 minutes before he had arrived.
It's pretty amazing.
Prairie rattlesnakes are ambush predators. They typically hide under brush, waiting until their prey is within striking distance to attack. The snakes can control how much of the venom they release with every bite and typically release 20 to 50% of their venom.
That's not cool.
When biting prey. When Hovier successfully subdued the rattlesnake, the National Park Service while he subdued the rattlesnake, the Park Service recommends leaving them alone and basically getting out of there if you see one. Here's another animal one. So the usually very mellow mountain goats on a Utah peak, popular with hikers and campers,
right,
have killed 3 dogs in as many weeks. Yeah. The fatal encounters involving dogs and mountain goats are not unheard of, but are unusual for the area, according to officials.
What's happening?
In the most recent attack, an unleashed dog was harassing a mother mountain goat and her 2 babies on Saturday when the mother goat, listen to this, had enough and shoved the dog off a cliff to its death.
Oh my God.
He's like, oh, you want to mess with me?
Yeah, these are my kids.
This is my turf, dude. So
what happened?
the 2 other dogs were gored and died from their injuries on unspecified dates within the last 3 weeks.
I'm going to tell you about my political career.
Different Gore.
Not Al Gore.
Dogs just jump off the cliff themselves.
The mountain goats that call Mount Timpanogos a home. Timpanogos home.
Where is this again?
It's in Utah.
Okay.
Weigh as much as 150 pounds, and they have long, sharp horns that can cause fatal injuries. While they're generally timid and will run from loud noises, unlike moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
The goats will attack if provoked. So a moose.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Will normally
for a moment
stick around from loud noises. The goats will normally get away, but they will attack if provoked. According to an expert, they said you get one of those big ones, and then they can very easily hold their own against a human, certainly against a dog, and even a dog that would be considered a vicious dog or a big dog. And all it takes is one of these horns to get hooked onto their arm or in their gut or something, and then it's all over for the dog.
Explain the whole thing. Yeah, they do have very sharp horns.
Yep. A Coast Guard crew on Friday rescued a man stranded on an island in the Bahamas for 3 days after his sailboat broke down. The crew rescued the man on Cape Sal. They spotted the man who fired flares into the sky from the boat.
He had already eaten the guy who was with him.
The island is located between Florida, Cuba, and the Bahamas.
It was 3 days, man.
And officers said, "We're proud to have saved this man's life. The case serves as a perfect example of why you must have the proper safety equipment on your vessel. Without seeing the flare, the case may not have had a successful outcome." After locating him, the Coast Guard crew dropped food, water, and a radio to him so he could communicate with authorities. He was later rescued and taken to a hospital, and he was not identified, but was described as a 64-year-old Bahamian citizen. You very rarely hear of somebody actually stranded,
right, on an island like this,
and then they get rescued. So yeah.
Do they recommend you bring a flare gun on a wakeboard?
They do.
Okay.
It's got to be a small one, but yeah. An SUV missing for months was recovered and pulled out of the Snake River in Idaho Falls on Tuesday.
Wow.
The Sheriff's Aquatic Rescue Team found the GMC Envoy under the water. Now, according to the police, they said a guy looking for crayfish found a license plate in the area about a week ago.
Yes.
Contacted us, and we set up a dive and found the vehicle. A guy named Ben Nye said that he was the driver.
I'm the crayfish guy.
I'm sorry. He was the diver who found the SUV. He tied a float to the vehicle so police could get a GPS location for the investigation. Officers learned an intoxicated man had driven the SUV into the river about a year ago.
Wow.
He was able to get out of the water and walk home, but the next morning, the man and his wife realized their vehicle was missing, and they have not known where it is since then.
So they didn't report it to the police, or
I don't know.
Yeah,
but they couldn't find it. They had no idea where it was.
That's crazy.
Drivers moved the SUV down the river with the help of huge airbags, and it was towed out of the water after that. All right, and then finally, we will end with this story. A 7-year-old boy was attacked by a bear in the backyard of his Westchester County, New York home and taken to a hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The child was in the yard when it happened. The police chief said the parents were right there and assisted the child fearlessly.
Go ahead, fight the bear.
Officers responding to a 911 call about the attack arrived to find the bear still in the yard.
I don't want to fight the bear.
The bear continued to present a danger to first responders and area residents and was euthanized at the scene. The police said,
boy needs to learn how to fight a bear.
Police said our concern was he did not retreat, so at that point he did advance. And when you have that many human beings, I would think that an animal of that kind would normally retreat and did not. The normal reaction of bears is to run away, especially with heightened activity and noise. They usually retreat. So the bear was taken to the Westchester County Department of Health to be tested for rabies.
Sorry to bother you folks, but I've heard that Tico Torres has a salmon recipe for your dishwasher.
This is true. All right, and there you go. That's the last story in the Bizarre File. As we take a break, we remind you that we will have a lesson question when we get back. We'll see if you've been paying attention. We'll get some music news, we'll get some trash, and more. So hang out for a moment.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
That's the best one.
Yeah. Steve, and that's real hair. What's that?
a little bit of gray.
Just a little salt and pepper in there.
Yeah.
That looks good.
I think he looks like either
I think I'm ready for the boardroom and the bedroom.
I think Richard Gere, maybe.
She said she gave me 3 options: Richard Gere, Regis Philbin, and Eddie Munster.
What?
With the 3 hair.
Well, the one style we had going at first, he looked a little like Eddie Munster.
It's all sewn
Do I
in.
look like in the Cialis commercial? I say the man with the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. You do look like the man with the plan.
Yeah, putting some more wind in my sails with Cialis.
Oh, is this the voice?
Yeah.
What's
Kids, we're gonna go mountain climbing and rappelling. And I can get aroused too.
What's a good name for this hair? First thing that comes to your mind.
Chet.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Chet Wainwright.
All right.
Dr. Chet Wainwright?
Dr. Chet Wainwright.
PhD.
Yeah.
What are you, a doctor?
Not DDS?
Gynecologist.
Of course. It
The
wouldn't be
ladies
anything
are
else.
stacked too deep
All right,
out there.
now put the headphones on, and we'll see if this because
Radio chat.
Steve doesn't have sideburns.
I have
and
no
so that's the
sideburns,
one thing
no
that looks a little
eyebrows.
odd.
What happened was that they extracted me from the pod in the Matrix too quickly, and I hadn't fully formed.
I like this the
Put your
best.
headphones on. All right. Let's see how this looks.
I have hair over my ears, which is weird.
That looks real,
Let
Steve.
me see. Look at me. Can you look at me?
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Wow.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. Wait,
Doctor?
wait. Say hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Oh, wait, no. Sorry, you got to do it. Dr. Chet Wainwright.
Hey, Chet.
Right?
Yes.
All right, do it again.
One more time, ready?
Hey, Dr. Wainwright.
Can I help you, ladies?
Oh my God.
I think we got a yeast situation.
Casey wanted me to play this music. All right, so
It's an African American wig.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah. It's real hair.
Yeah.
It's real hair. I mean, it's like a $1,500 wig, and this particular wig is going to a politician.
All right, somebody who's running for office.
So it's a short crop.
Okay.
You know, it's a short crop.
All right.
Yeah, just take a look-see.
All right, Superfly, come on in. Let's take a look and see. Yeah. Yes. Oh, dude, Steve. Oh,
Out of sight.
Yeah. That looks real.
It looks pretty real. I think this looks the realest. Apparently, I would be a really good black dude.
It's a tight curl.
You know what this reminds me of, though? And see if this frames you a little bit. Like Mr. Brady.
A little bit.
A little Mr. Brady in the latter part of the series.
Okay.
Sort of what they would call an Isro.
Yeah. No, you know what it looks like? It looks like my friend Nolan, who's Jewish.
Now, Peter, Bobby, someone broke that vase.
All right. So, other than the Brady affectation, what kind of can you need to look at yourself in the mirror?
Yeah.
Take a look and see what name, what voice, what your style is going to be.
Wesley Python. You like that?
Yes.
I love the name, Wesley Python.
My name is Wesley.
Yeah.
Wesley Python.
So are you kind of? Oh, then they're kind of like a Billy D.
I'm like a Billy D.
Okay.
I'm like a malt liquor drinking.
All right.
Wannabe.
Yeah. Smooth.
Wesley Python. Smooth.
Yeah.
I go down like my ladies.
Hang on, I want to try something else. Yo, Wesley.
Is that good?
No, he's Isaac from the Love Boat.
I'll do it again.
Yeah. Yo, Wesley.
With the headphones on.
Yeah, there we go.
I love
even
it.
better.
Oh, that looks good.
Hey, all you boppers out there.
Oh, that's beautiful.
All right.
Wigapalooza on the Preston Steve Show.
From Funkadelic. Wesley Python with you. Let's get the funk on.
Hey, Wesley, do you have a
Hey,
favorite?
if you want to hear the song, send me a fax.
Do you have a favorite
that'd
so
be
far?
a self-addressed stamped envelope, probably.
Send a self-addressed stamped envelope, and I'll try to get it on for you in 3 weeks when it arrives.
Do you have a favorite so far?
What was that, little man?
Do you have a favorite wig so far?
Let me see. I'm kind of like, for the one that looks the most real, this one.
Yeah, right.
And the last one. They're both the ones made with human hair. The synthetics, I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it.
I'm thinking the Chet was my favorite.
Chet,
The Chet was good.
I'm the man with the plan.
The last birthday I saw is an actor named Adam Devine. And
Yes.
he was in Pitch Perfect. So,
Yeah.
Casey, I'm sure you got something queued up. Is him singing?
No, this is actually Ben Platt singing. He took over for Adam Devine because Adam left the band to go be a backup singer for John Mayer, if you recall, in that particular movie.
Okay, so this is the end of the movie, and they do that song Magic. Yeah. You love this version of it.
Oh, my God, dude. I get so welled up.
Do it. Play it. I want to see you cry. He went on. He also had a role on Modern Family for a while.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I like him. He's good.
He's very funny.
Good, cool, comedic actor. He was also in a movie that I like a lot, The Intern.
Yep.
And he was in Why Him. He's been in a whole bunch of stuff. So here we go.
All of it, man. Like, it just builds to a crescendo, and these guys, and then the Barton Bellas, and I just get so happy.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
There's also a scene in Madagascar 3.
Oh, my God.
Where I think it's the hippo.
That's when the series hits its stride.
Oh, my God. When the hippo comes out and like, because they're working towards this big show, this big circus, and then the hippo comes out and Firework is playing from Katy Perry, and I got so happy that I started crying.
Listen, it's very impactful. I think even Gene Simmons got a little teary-eyed.
That hippo makes the appearance in Madagascar 3. You need to understand it's the culmination of everything. This very large creature you would not think would be so adroit on the stage wows everyone, including a group of meerkats.
Even kind of, stone-hearted Gene Simmons crumbled to that.
Melted this icy heart. My face, I was smiling so hard, my surgically reattached face slid off my skull.
Oh my
There's another crescendo.
There's an incredible scene where a platypus sings, "I was made for loving you."
What were you going to say?
I can't well, I just know it's at the end of the new Muppets movie that has Jason Segel in it.
Right.
Because they're doing this like telethon to save this theater. Something is it the chickens? I don't know.
Happening?
Of course, the famous chicken scene.
I get so happy. Yes, they're doing the Gnarls Barkley song.
Oh,
it's F.U.?
Yes.
Okay. When they do that again, I'm so happy that I start crying. I don't know why.
It's just the way
I cry out of happiness sometimes. Back to you, Preston.
From this made you cry? That one did?
I don't know. Maybe I was.
Do you want to bawl like a little girl?
Yeah.
You want to see a chipmunk sing Gnarls Barkley? Now that's incredible.
Oh my God.
It's just a crescendo, and when it gets to that part, I don't know why I'm.
You
so
like
happy.
those? You like
I
those?
Love it.
Tug at the heartstrings.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, how about at the end of Coco, where he's singing the song to the grandmother, Coco? That one puts me in absolute tears. Now, it's a little different than a chicken singing Gnarls.
You gotta understand, it's a crescendo that builds to that, right?
Okay.
It's there's a whole like sequence, and then it gets to the chicken singing.
Okay, I'm sorry. We have it on the video screen. Now that I see it, yes, wow, what a tearful moment.
Those incredibly talented chickens.
Well, the holiday season begins in earnest when Oprah Winfrey's annual list of favorite things arrives. Showing America all of the wonderful things we probably can't afford this season.
Do you remember how huge this used to be? When she would have that episode?
Yeah. And by the way,
in fact, our favorite things when we first did the Christmas Miracle, that's what it was based on.
Yeah.
The original name was Things That Make Us Explode in Our Pants.
That's correct. By the way, Kathy's holiday activities list will be coming sometime soon, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much ready. Marissa and I were talking about yesterday.
We're waiting on some musical accompaniment for that, so it's on the way.
Strange
My God, that was sexy the way she said that.
Ew, really? Don't ever say that.
But you went, yeah.
That's how I feel about holiday
I know.
activities.
That's what turns you on.
She bites her lower lip like Kristen Stewart.
Yeah.
Activities.
So
Floral and Hardy.
And she followed that up with, ew, don't ever say that.
Because it came from you. That's weird.
I know. And on Wednesday,
Oh my God, I'm so moist. Winter activities.
let's get to the lesson question and just give some stuff away. How about we do that? I think people like it when we do that. Today, we ask a question that will warrant you a $50 cash card from Ahsoka. And the question that we have is, who wrote the song, Someone Threw a Spear Through My Windshield Tonight? All right. Who wrote that song or performed that song? 215-263-WMMR. Someone threw a spear through my windshield tonight. 215-263-WMMR. If you heard that earlier, then you should call now. We'll do the trash while you're calling.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you by Rita's. You can soak up summer at Rita's with a refreshing frozen lemonade. Pucker up as these frozen lemonades are available in 4 deliciously fun flavors. But get to Rita's quick as they are here for a limited time only. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, believe it or not, Britney Spears is seriously talking about reconciling with her dad, Jamie Spears, the very same man she wanted to put in jail over her conservatorship. Britney says despite their issues, her dad has always been like a father to her.
Oh, my God.
Halle Berry finalizing her divorce to Olivier Martinez after 8 years of separation. Lawyers for both Berry and Martinez say they initially kept delaying the proceedings in the optimistic hope that one of them would die. And finally, Russia's first mission to the moon in 5 decades has ended in failure after the unmanned Luna 25 probe crashed into the lunar surface. Russian President Vladimir Putin tried to remain lighthearted, saying it was still more successful than Greece 2.
All righty. We will check and see if somebody knows the answer to this question. Who wrote Someone Threw a Spear Through My Windshield Tonight? We will go to Nick and see if we can get that answer. Hey, Nick, good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Yes, I love your enthusiasm, Nick. All right, who wrote Someone Threw a Spear Through My Windshield Tonight?
That's an Elton John song,
Elton
right?
John. Yeah, hang on, Nick. We're going to give you a $50 cash card from Ahsoka. New episodes streaming Wednesdays only on Disney+.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Dickhead.
Brought to you by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting, recruiting for an eczema study to test a topical medication. Ages 2 and older can register. Compensation may be available for time and travel. Plymouth Meeting, dermatology.com. Well, this confirms what we mentioned yesterday. The Rolling Stones will release a new album next month. They cleverly teased it for days through a fake ad for a glass repair business placed in a London newspaper. Last week's cryptic ad in the East London-based Hackney Gazette looked to be a promotion for the new business called Hackney Diamonds. Lines in the ad included, "Our friendly team promises you satisfaction," and "When you say gimme shelter, we'll fix your shattered windows."
I get it.
Then
Wild
yesterday,
horses couldn't drag you from here.
the band posted confirmation with an image that looked to be an album cover and wrote, "Hackney Diamonds, the new Rolling Stones album, will publish in September." So, new Stones music coming out.
It's the anniversary of Charlie's passing.
No kidding.
Yeah, 2 years ago already.
Wow. This is very interesting. We have audio to support this as well. Korn guitarist Brian Head Welch is featured in a new commercial for Furniture City.
Yeah.
A store in his hometown of Bakersfield, California. And the video shows Welch wandering through the store and stopping on the way to admire some of the bedroom furniture, a chandelier, and a living room sofa. At one point, he lays on a bed. So we have some of this? Yeah, here we go.
What's up, everybody? My name is Brian Head Welch. I play in a rock band called Korn, and I'm here at Furniture City in my hometown of Bakersfield, California. Let's check out what they got. Come on. So this is the gallery. What is in here? Look at this. I thought the store ended like a mile ago, and then you come back here and you have the gallery section. It's just pure luxury. It's so beautiful. This reminds me of Vegas. But the thing I like about Furniture City is Vegas will break the bank. Furniture City will not.
It's a really stupid commercial.
Yeah.
It's just him walking around, and he's obviously doesn't really have much of a script. He's just commenting on things. But what I do like about it is it's got that old local commercial vibe to it that I very much miss as a kid. The really, even though he's not being like the wacky store owner or something like that, but it reminds me of your local mom and pop shop down the street that would buy advertising on TV.
We're open every day except Sunday. Come down at noon. And have
growing up in
Frisbees for the kids and face painting.
in any city you grow up in, you get to know those people over
Right,
time,
right.
especially if they bought lengthy campaigns.
Absolutely, they're celebrities.
In my town, there was Wanda, the Queen of Carpet, and Becky, the Princess of Tile.
Right.
And you just loved when those commercials came on. It was hilarious. So he's kind of doing this thing. So he now lives in Nashville, but his parents still reside in Bakersfield as well as other family members. So I wonder if he knew somebody.
By the way, a lot of the furniture in Furniture City is gaudy.
Oh, yeah. Big time. Big time. Yep.
Totally.
Robert Plant is set to appear at the upcoming Gloucester History Festival, where he will join historians for a special talk session as part of the activities.
Apparently, he's going to talk. He was actually weaseled out of the Pat's Chili Dog commercial.
Oh,
no.
Yeah. Plant and other speakers will present Warriors and Kingdoms, Tales of the Anglo-Saxon West.
Huh.
According to the website, the discussion will be about history, myths, and legends of the old Welsh marches of England.
He's a huge Tolkien fan.
The event will take place on September 17th. And then one last story, Ringo Starr has announced a new EP titled Rewind Forward to be released on October 13th. The former Beatle will preview the 4-song set with the title track tomorrow. About that, he said, Rewind Forward was something I said out of the blue, and it's just one of those lines like a hard day's night. It just came to me, but it doesn't really make sense. Because Ringo was the guy who came up with Hard Day's Night. He used to have these sayings that were nonsensical of sort, and so this is one of those. Rewind Forward.
Yeah, so he's basically defying time and age. He looks incredibly good.
Yeah,
and is he still going to do the tour? He plans to return to that because he stopped
so.
for a while, right?
Yeah, I think he's going to do. He had to cancel some shows,
Yeah.
but I think the Ringo's All Star Band thing is going to continue on. It is a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that show. He went on to explain that sometimes when you want to go forward, you have to go back first. So that's part of his reasoning behind that title.
One step forward, 2 steps back.
Kind of like that. All right, and there you go. That's music news. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a second. Wrapping up the program. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize when we get back. So stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Out of hand in recent years. She said, these days, choosing my favorite things makes me a little cuckoo. What started as an organic extension of wanting to treat people to some of the things I truly love has turned into an annual list that takes a team to curate. I then go through every item, picking my favorites and narrowing the selection to my own. It's a process, but because it's important to me to remain as true to my original inspiration as possible. My guideline, do I really like it enough to want to receive it myself? So that's how she decides what's going to be on here.
Look at the judgment parameters. She's a multi. What is she, a billionaire now at this point?
Yep. But she still likes fun stuff.
Yeah.
Little
Maseratis.
Yeah, little Maseratis you can play with. Perhaps the most infantile is a onesie sweatsuit for adults, dubbed the jumpsuit. In L.A., relax.
I already have one.
Onesie, we're running $168.
I have one that has Michael Dukakis' picture on it.
Yes. Like a onesie for grown-ups, this jumpsuit is a pleasure to wear on a long trip because you can curl up in it and still look fresh when you get where you're going. The stripe down the leg sure does slenderize as well, she says.
Hey, have you seen anything that's this year's Snuggie? You remember like a couple of Christmas seasons ago?
Yeah. Did you see it's like an oversized hoodie sweatshirt?
No, I have not seen it.
That you can kind of like snuggle into.
So like you can pull it all the way up over you
All
and
right,
everything?
so you know how like you and I don't do things like this, or like guys, we don't like cuddle up on the couch and crawl up into like a little ball, right? and sit up straight. So it's meant for girls
who bend their knees, and I know.
Yeah, who bend their knees.
So pull the end of it down over like a full blanket. I got you.
Yeah, like kind of put the legs over to the side.
I sit like this. With like,
yeah, it's called a huggle. Is that what it's called? Yeah, there it is.
The huggle hoodie.
Huggle hoodie.
Case, go do it on our couch.
I can. I'm not flexible enough to do that.
I can't bend my knees knees up like that. I do pull my arms into my shirt from time to time, though.
Yeah, you do in meetings sometimes too.
Yeah,
When I found out on
there are a couple things. The hand tuck under the thighs as you're sitting there. I like to build a pillow wall along my sides to keep airflow at a minimum.
Right.
And when you really want to get in cozy mode.
Yeah.
So that way I can sit down and fall asleep during the shows I'm watching.
Yeah, right, exactly. Case, this looks like a good idea for like maybe 3 minutes, and then I just start to sweat and like would not be able to get out of it.
I'm stuck.
I'm dying in here.
I bend my legs. I'm stuck.
Kathy's like, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Holy Jesus. I need water.
Start having a panic attack.
Yes.
I love when you go, I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
So those are Oprah's, some of her favorite things this year.
Okay.
What about the $1 billion? Is that one of her favorite things? No.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
All right. Okay. Wow, I love the way you did that.
Well, thank you. I love the way you're
that was really great. You had rhythm. You had rhythm.
See?
Thank you.
You know,
who could ask for anything more?
Let's get right into that. I love that you love rhythm so much. It's a huge part of your life.
It's everything.
Yeah.
It's not melody and it's not harmony, but it certainly is rhythm.
You were exposed to percussive instruments and rhythm early on. Your dad was well known and well respected. And
I wouldn't go that far.
He was a musician?
He was a musician?
Okay.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, really? All right.
But he did dabble.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then you were working in a you had a job and you were it was
I had a job once.
A jazz club
Once.
Yeah.
A long time ago. I can't remember having the last time I had a job. Just thinking,
You don't call this a
thinking
job?
of the idea of having to have a job just gives me the willies. I mean, what would I do with the job? Oh my God!
You wouldn't be a 9-to-5 guy working the cubicle.
No, I doubt it. But if I had to, I would.
You would.
Yeah, but I don't have to, and I won't.
Yeah.
But so you don't view what you do as a job?
Oh no, it's a service. It's a service industry. I mean, that's what music is all about. You know, you provide a place where people can come and have an emotional moment,
right?
And ritualize. So, yeah, I know, and I think it's very profound, and I'm very, what should I say, honored or blessed or whatever you want to call it, to happen to fall into this universe as a percussionist or a drummer. You know, to be able to do that is,
But maybe even people.
It's a good thing.
Yes. People who are maybe in the same situation as you, viewing it as a job. The fact that you don't view it as you view it the way you do.
It's not easy, but it's not like a job. It's like when I get up in the morning, the first thing I do is think of, the new day and what kind of new rhythms there are in it and how I can interpret that. And that's what musicians do. They interpret, society and whatever, you've seen or whatever it is, and they lay down that groove. And every 5-10 years you find a new groove and you work at it. Yeah, you do work at it, but you work at play. You work to play.
Sure.
You have to keep your skill up. I play every day 2-3 hours.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? Absolutely. In order to get up there and do what I do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an athletic event. It's not like lounge drumming and stuff. This is the power stuff.
Well, speaking of reinventing and finding new grooves, I want to ask you about John Mayer, because he's been with the band and touring with you guys for a stretch now. And I think a lot of people initially dismissed him as poppy and not the really great, incredible guitarist that he is. And from my perspective, he seems like the perfect fit for the Dead, because he holds you guys in reverence, but he can also hold his own. What are your impressions on John?
John's a sharpshooter.
Yeah.
He's a gunslinger, as it were. And his guitar, he's beautiful. He plays great. He fits perfectly in the band, and he's a nice guy. I mean, I know he has this reputation and all that stuff, but I've never had a moment of weirdness with him. He's just a very pleasant person to be around, and he plays his ass off. You know.
Before he was a star, he played in the conference room down the hall in these offices. And I went to see his show that night, and one of his strings broke during the performance. He tuned the guitar to itself and kept it. He didn't miss a beat. And right then, I knew this guy had it, and I was so impressed by his ability.
I'll tell you when I knew he had it was one day when he was just joined the band, and I had gotten him into this droning things, feeding back, you know, getting a little crazy. And so during the drums and bass part, he got down on his knee and he put the guitar into the speaker and he started feeding back. And I was looking at him and I was saying, oh, okay. So I walked around to the front of the speakers, sat down right next to him, and I had on one hand I had what do you call it, lighter fluid.
Yeah.
And the other hand I had a Bic.
Okay.
And so he looked at me, I looked at him, and I went like that. And for a minute, I thought he was
going to do it.
You know, and then so he took it. He did take it while he was feeding back, and he put the he put the Bic on his amplifier, and he took the lighter fluid and used it as a slide. And so he played slides without lighter
go
fluid.
full Hendrix on it.
And I said, John, you were going to do it, weren't you? And he said, you know, I was really thinking about it, but the guy who makes my guitar is in the audience. I couldn't do it. He almost lit his guitar on fire. So I knew right then he was okay.
Wow. I was wondering if you had watched the Grateful Dead documentary that was on Amazon and what your thoughts are.
No.
It was very in depth.
Oh God, it was just awful. I just did not like it.
You didn't care for it.
It was just a one-sided affair. It was not for me, and it really didn't show the Grateful Dead in its totality. It was more like a Jerry, you know, whatever that is, memorial thing or whatever. He was trying to do, but it wasn't really. It didn't have the heart of the Grateful Dead.
Okay.
That's for sure.
There's been a lot done about it.
They made me watch. Oh, I watched it once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to say I didn't like it. But that's it. I didn't see it at the premiere. Me and Bob and Bill, we went out and had dinner.
Yeah.
While they showed the movie.
That's funny.
We came back right at the end when they all started. And we go, okay.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you about some of the things that you do like. I was listening to the concert in Paris, 1974, this morning.
Yeah.
What was it besides the United States? What was your favorite country to play in?
Oh, Jesus, that's a good question. I think that I can't answer that question because they're all good when you play good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, every country is the same.
Yeah.
If the music is played well and we have a great time, France is great, England's great, Germany, it's all good if we play well. If we don't play well, the city sucks.
It's this place.
We blame it on the city.
Blame it on the city.
Of course. Franklin Port.
I also, as a fan, there's an ebb and flow to the way I listen to your music, and so recently I flowed back to. I guess I ebbed back to. I ebbed back to studio albums. Do you? I don't know if you ever listen to your own music.
No.
But do you have a favorite studio album?
Yeah, I would have to say it would be, it was half studio and half live. It was called Anthem of the Sun. I think it was our second record, back 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was probably my favorite. American Beauty, Working Man's Dead. They were nice, fuzzy, warm.
See, my first album I ever bought was Mars Hotel, so I automatically go back to that one. And Unbroken Chain. And
we were never very good in the studio. We never could cage the animal in the studio.
When did you realize that? It seemed to be early on.
Yeah.
This year it's Don McCloskey, though, who we're very excited to have on board.
Basically always referred to as the modern Aerosmith.
The Aerosmith of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you like Aerosmith.
Such a fun band. I was watching the video when they played First in Flight here in the studio not that long ago. The harmonies, the vibe, all the cool instruments, man. I'm so looking forward to that at the MMRBQ. And, of course, the live band karaoke with Sidearm, too. Is gonna be great.
Would you say their harmonies were better than our Merci Beaucoup, Merci Your Face a little while ago?
Not even close. Yeah, you guys nailed it. You nailed it this morning.
You don't think so?
No. I mean, it's close.
It's the best one you guys have ever done.
It's so good that we'll have to take a break before we return to it because it's it can't compete.
No, you don't want to. You don't want to try.
sully
Then
it.
it's just embarrassing.
Yeah, it's like Tokyo Drift in the Fast and Furious series.
I don't know what you mean by
They went
that.
to it the third time, the third movie.
Okay, yeah.
They lost the magic.
Yeah, but they got it back.
They did.
You know, so they ended up in space. Driving their cars.
So we're basically the Tokyo Drift of Don McCloskey.
That must be it. Of Don McCloskey. Hey, intern Will's last day is today. He's leaving us. Another one.
Very sad.
Will made his debut with our game the other day on the air. And you did a pretty decent job, didn't you?
No.
You could have done way better.
You were a nanosecond off of Campbell. I mean, on that first question.
She was killing it.
Yeah, but you were right there.
Yeah, see, if I had reflexes of any kind, I would have gone 3 for 5.
Right, yeah.
But I do not.
Okay. The buzzer is what kills it for you. All right.
So, Will, where do you go to college?
Up Hofstra University up on Long Island.
Okay. All right. And you're headed back there when?
Next week.
All right.
Sometime near the end of the week. So.
All right. And
yeah.
today's the last day with the Preston and Steve show. Have you enjoyed your time?
So much.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, my goodness. It's been awesome.
Nice. You're a very low-key guy.
Yeah.
That's good, though. He gets the job done.
It's hard to tell if you're having a good time.
You're going to hear him on Between the Sheets.
yeah, he does sound like that.
Tonight on MMR. Intern Will Between the Sheets. Very much that delivery. Are you
Join me and Jackie Bam.
Yeah. You had him and Jackie doing
You got a pony yet?
Yeah.
God. You nervous?
One night only.
Are you, what year in school for you will this be?
I'm going to be a junior.
A junior, okay. And like Kay said, are you nervous going back or no?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm excited. You know, I mean, summer's fun, but we have a long break. And now, you know, once you get to the last few weeks or so, it's like, okay, I'm ready.
You're in
I'm
that
ready to go
mindset.
back.
Yeah, Hofstra's a good school.
What's your major?
Video television.
Oh, okay,
So,
cool.
yeah.
What do you hope to do in that field?
I don't know.
Well, I
Honestly,
think
just like, I mean,
the goal is to add video to television.
Okay.
I'm hoping to crack that code. I mean, I don't know.
Guys,
It's going to be hard.
It's right in front of us.
I didn't know if you wanted
I think
to do
it's there.
if you wanted to do, you know, production behind the scenes or actually be an on-air talent or editing or, you know.
I mean, I'm kind of doing a little bit of all of that because
Okay.
I don't really know which way I want to lean.
Well, you're doing the right thing, which is to sample, you know, the different things, radio and so on, and then maybe elements of this that you'll take and apply it to there. But yeah, drink it all in.
Yeah, you don't have to have it all figured out right now.
No.
You know,
No.
there are very few
By October.
20-year-olds who know exactly what they want. There are, you know, very few 30-year-olds who know what they want to do.
Right.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah. All right, man. Well, listen, thank you for everything. We appreciate all the help and we wish you nothing but the best of luck, all right?
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you guys so much for having me. I mean, again, this summer's been a blast.
Oh,
It's
you were
been
terrific,
awesome.
man. Really well done.
Give it up for Will, everybody. Will, intern Will. What's your last name, Will? Okay.
Sorry, got to put the
Cans
on. Yeah. Will Schoenlieber.
Will
what?
Schoenlieber.
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 Yes.
Schoenlieber. What kind of name is that?
German.
German name. Okay.
Yes.
I like it.
Beautiful
How
life.
pizza saying?
Thank you.
I'm showing Lever right now.
Shut up.
What?
A little Lieber out of your shorts.
I was wondering what that was hanging out of there.
Yeah, it's a Lieber.
Schoenlieber.
Little Lieber.
All right. Today has been a very enjoyable, intimate day. It's just been us and you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a boy named Sue.
And Will. And Will showing his labor. We just need to do the letter of the day. So, Case, you want to do it?
Sure.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
O as in Kathy. O range.
It's not even a word.
Tomorrow, we will have a word with a final letter, and we're going to give away a pair of floor tickets for MMR presenting Greta Van Fleet and the Starcatcher World Tour.
Starcatcher!
Tuesday,
in the 27th century.
Tuesday, September 19th. 19th at the Wells Fargo Center, plus a backstage tour and a guitar signed by the band. And tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Complete details at WMMR.com. I will thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Wild Fork Meat and Seafood Market. You can enjoy the largest selection of quality meats and seafood at low prices. Tomorrow on our program, we will have comedian Jared Freed joining us. We will have the Duncan Cooling Caravan, which, by the way, if you work outdoors and you want to be added to that list, possibly for us to stop by, we're only going to choose a couple of places. Make sure you get in touch with us through PrestonandSteve.com. You can go to the link and sign up, and maybe we'll come by and see you. We're doing it on Monday as well. Yeah. So you can sign up for that, too. And tomorrow, it's Kathleen's birthday.
Oh!
Kathy's birthday is tomorrow morning. She'll be 30 years old. Very happy.
That's nice, but no, 35.
All right, that's it. We're done. Ray, John, have a great day.
Switch the numbers.
See you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.